Kerala Forest Research Institute have set out to study plants in their natural habitat. The expedition takes them into the hilly and mountainous tracts of the Western Ghats, which are endowed with a diverse ecosystem consisting of vast expanses of grasslands and prime forests of various types. Our taxonomists, however, are not looking for plants of the ordinary type. Neither are they out to investigate the floral diversity of the wild in all its resplendent beauty. They are looking for a unique kind of plant. These plants often go unnoticed as they lack roots and shoots common to the plant kingdom. These unique plants are called the lichens. Of the 18,000 to 20,000 lichen species which are known to lichenologists worldwide, the Indian subcontinent is reported to be home to about 2,000 species of lichens. The major known assemblage of lichens is in the Indian region of the North and Northwestern Himalayas, the Central Himalayas, the Northeastern Himalayas, the Central Indian region, the Southern Indian region covering the Western Ghats, and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. The tiny state of Kerala is another major repository of lichens that is now being investigated by our team of scientists. There are two broad categories of lichens. The microlichens are those that grow as an inseparable dull and dry patch on trees and rocks. The other category of macrolichens, though seemingly dull, stand out on the substrata on which they grow with easily noticeable morphological features. Lichens grow on a variety of substrata of soil, rocks and trees. Those that colonize the soil are called terricolous. The generally inhospitable rocks, however, are home to many a lichen. Saxicolous is the name given to lichens that grow on rock surfaces. The bark of trees, both small and big, serve as a good substratum for lichens. And those lichens that grow on the tree bark are called corticolous. Some lichen species grow on leaves. Such lichens are known as folicolous. Lichens also grow on a variety of marine life, like for instance the sea turtle. These dull-looking plant species, however, are a product of a complex symbiotic relationship between algae and fungi.
Lichens are a complex group of plants without vascular tissues. They do not have well-defined root, stem and leaves. Instead, they have a complex thallus arising out of a natural symbiosis between an alga and a fungus. Both of these could be seen through a microscope.
For instance, a cross-section of thallus of foliose lichens shows an upper cortex which is comparable to the epidermis of a leaf. Beneath it is the algal layer which produces food. In the center is the fungal layer called the medulla. Attached to the medulla at the bottom is the lower cortex.
Lichens are not considered as parasites, though they grow on trees. The food is produced by the algal component.
It is the fungus that protects the food-producing algae to constitute the thallus that is seen in its various forms on the substrata. Studying plant population in their natural habitat often involves a long and tiresome trek through the forest. Having reached deep into the forest, our team of lichenologists has decided to spend the night there and to continue the investigation the next day. Lichens do not grow in isolation, but in communities forming a large colony. They attach themselves to the substrata by hair-like bodies. Based on the extent of attachment to the substratum and the arrangement of tissues in them, the lichen thalli are grouped under 4 growth forms: crustose, squamulose, foliose, and fruticose. In crustose lichens, the whole of the thallus is attached close to the substratum, and the thallus is extremely thin without distinct lobes. In the squamulose lichens, the thallus is an intermediate form between crustose and foliose forms. The thallus generally has minute lobules. In this species, for instance, the lobules of the primary thallus are white. The erect root-like bodies represent the secondary thallus. The foliose or the leafy thallus of lichen is freely branched and extends outwards. The lobes that are irregular in outline have distinct upper and lower surface. Arising from the lower surface are minute bodies called rhizemes, by which the thallus attaches itself to the substratum. Fruticose lichens are the most conspicuous, with the thallus branching out, giving it a shrubby appearance. In some species, the branches are cylindrical. In some, thread-like. Some others have a broader ribbon-shaped thallus.
Though not attractive, lichens are of economic value. Lichens are an important source of about 600 chemicals, some of which are used in the preparation of drugs, perfumery and dyes. Litmus that is used in the laboratories to test the acidity or alkalinity is derived from lichens.
Lichens grow very slowly. Their annual growth rate is just about 4 millimeters. This has helped scientists in estimating the age of the substratum.
In recent years, scientists have found lichens to be important agents in monitoring environmental pollution. It has been found that excessive emission of sulfur dioxide affects the photosynthesis in lichens, followed by their degeneration and death.
There is yet another abode of lichens on top of a mountain that our researchers seek to explore. Out there, it is foggy. But that is no deterrent to our team, as the spot is abundant in lichens belonging to various species. Here is a group of Heterodermia incana, a fruticose lichen. This golden yellow and freely branched lichen is Tilostcistus flavicans. This bushy one is called Usnea. Though hairy like the Usnea, this one belongs to the Ramalina roseleri species. And this patch of green lichens with irregular lobes is known as Parmelia.
These tiny lichens have different morphological structures. For instance, on the margin of lobes, there are hair-like outgrowths known as cilia, which are the organs of attachment. These small powdery balls on the tip of the lobes are called soridia. These are the propagules of vegetative reproduction. Here are cup-like structures. These are the fruiting bodies which contain spores for sexual reproduction.
The fruiting bodies do not look alike in all lichens. While in some they are like tiny flowers, in others they are cup-like. In yet others, they are button-shaped. Fruiting bodies in certain species appear as black dots on the thallus. Lichen species do not only live in colonies. Several species grow shoulder to shoulder with one another, covering an entire tree. An important part of studying plant populations in the wild is to note down all parameters of their habitat. In this case, it is the nature of the substratum, altitude, and other morphological features that are carefully noted. Samples of lichens for preservation in herbarium are collected along with the substratum. It could be a rock, as is the case here. If the sample to be collected is on a tree, the bark along with the sample is chipped. Sample collection is not the end of the study. Now the scene shifts to the laboratory, where the researchers set about identifying the collected samples for preservation in the herbarium. For this, the researchers examined the minute details of the samples. By using a key compiled by earlier researchers, each of the morphological features of every collected sample is compared. It is then classified as belonging to one or the other species.
Apothecia. Therefore, this is Pseudocephalaria aurata, which is a new record to Kerala.
The KFRI researchers have identified 254 species of macrolichens under 43 genera, of which 10 species have been found for the first time in India. The samples so identified are kept in the herbarium, which are available for research purposes. In India, Lucknow has 3 herbaria. One at the National Botanical Research Institute, another is a collection of Professor D.D. Avasthis, and the third is at the Lucknow University. The other herbaria in India are at Kolkata and Shillong, and the latest in the list is the herbarium of the Kerala Forest Research Institute at Peachy. This then has been the story of the lichens. Next time you happen to see one, make sure you take a better look. They are worth looking at.
Hello, welcome to the session. Categories of information users and the information seeking behavior. Information is one of the several basic resources that are needed and utilized by human beings for development and prosperity. The exact nature of information is not easy to describe. Perhaps the most explicit definition in the literature defines information as recorded experience that is used in decision making. Information has now become a vital resource. The world has now moved from industrial revolution into the information revolution. The dependency on information in every sphere of intellectual activity has increased day by day. Technological advances have made information a new basic resource of matter and energy, information and aggregation or processing of data to provide knowledge and intelligence. Information is power which plays a vital role in the development and progress. It is therefore necessary that the information generated by at any point be procured, organized and disseminated expeditiously to its users for its optimum use. The information function exists at all because there are users whose need must be satisfied. This need must be determined. There are a number of synonymous terms to represent the concept of users such as a patron, client, member, customer, etc. User is an important component in any information system. Almost anyone at one or the other time make use of information, hence they are all our users. Users are the important link in the information communication system. The information system exists to satisfy the information needs of users. There are different categories of users, depending on the extent of the use of the information system for satisfying their information need. Another way of categorizing users may be according to the type of work in which they are engaged. A user may be a researcher or a non-researcher. This depending on the work environment, government, administrator, planners, researchers, managers, R&D personnel, technologists, engineers, policy makers, persons in different professions are important category of users. In brief, it may be said that the users as an essential component of the information system was the most neglected item of attention. The information system has to take into consideration the information required of potential users. The potential users may be defined as those who would provide a high volume and reasonable frequency of use. The use of information by user can occur without a demand being expressed or even without one being felt. Most of the information services are offered in anticipation of users' demand rather than based on the actual information need. The way in which users, maybe scientists, engineers, technologists, managers, planners, etc., make use of information. According to Emmrc, the information chain operates like a switching system. The ultimate aim is to connect the user quickly and efficiently to the proper information. Categories of information users. The important group of users can be distinguished according to the kind of activity in which they are engaged. Number 1, researchers in the basics and applied sciences. Number 2, practitioners and technicians engaged in development and or operational activities in the various fields of technology and industry, agriculture, medicine, industrial production, communication, etc. And third, managers, planners and other decision makers who are engaged in development activities in both private and public sector. However, we can identify user groups according to many other characteristics like age, professional position, occupation, etc. Extensive study of the population is required to be conducted for the compilation of user groups. The user including individuals, government agencies and departments, industrial enterprises, research institutions, scientific and cultural organizations are to be grouped into a homogeneous group with similar characteristics. Within the homogeneous user group of similar subject areas, information required of different category of users, that is, practitioners, research workers, students, teachers, policy makers, administrators, entrepreneurs, etc. be identified. Users can be grouped up by subject discipline or by the type of activity. There are different user needs for various category of users. If information is both a process and a commodity, and humans are involved in both, then the service that supports these functions should be in fact have the capability of aligning both towards the achievement of maximum user satisfaction. Information need, definition and types. The information need for information is a factual situation in which there exists an inseparable interconnection with information and need. Information originates and is generated because there exists a need and an interest. The content of information is of primary concern. The information objectively necessary for realizing a function is the objective information. Such information needs of user have to be satisfied. Definition. Defining the information need requires a definition of the term need. Moreover, the dictionary meaning of the closely related term like requirement, want, demand has to be analyzed in order to have a true perspective of the information need. Before the terminological clarification is attempted, it may be emphasized the information need exists objectively. That is, they are oriented towards reality, practice and task. The dictionary meaning of the various related terms are as under: need, want of something which one cannot do without. Want, a state or fact of being without or having insufficient quantity, absence or deficiency of necessities. Requirement, a need, a thing needed, a necessary condition. Demand, to require, asking for what is due, asking for something. The usage of the terms reflects the critical lack of exclusivity. We find that in the literature, the above term have been often used interchangeably without an attempt to have a clear distinction in the meaning. There is often confusion due to imprecise use of the above term in contrast to user needs. Information need traditionally denotes the start state for someone seeking information. Thus, information need is the motivation people think and feel to seek information. Types of information need. Information need can be divided into following categories. A. Social or pragmatic information needs. Information required to cope with day-to-day life. B. Recreation information needs. Information satisfying the recreational and cultural interest of an individual. C. Professional information needs. Information required to operate competently within a business or professional environment. D. Educational information needs. Information required to satisfy academic requirement at an institution. The concept of need is not yet clear. An information need may refer to A. A need expressed by the user, or B. Need that a user cannot express, or C. Present or immediate need, or D. Future or deferred or potential need. Further, Childers has categorized need as kinetic and potential. The kinetic need are directed towards satisfying a special problem, diagnosed and immediate. Potential needs remain unconscious, hidden under the layers of attitude, impulses and values. Information need as spatially observed are affected by a variety of factors, which are as under: A. The range of information services available. B. The uses of which information will be put to use. C. The background, motivation and professional orientation and other individual characteristics of the user. D. The social, political and economic system surrounding the user. E. The consequences of information use. According to him, information need is not a psychological state of mind, rather it is an objective need oriented towards particular task, problem, etc. Ascertaining users' needs. In collecting information to design a system in consonance with the user's needs, several methods have to be used to complement, balance and minimize any individual bias. Ms. Pauline Atherton listed the following 20 different methods of collecting information about users' needs. Number 1. Study the organizational chart of the institution. Number 2. Study of its functions, activities chart. 3. Study of its annual reports, project reports and other publications. 4. Survey of users' requirement using questionnaire. 5. Interviewing users. Interviewing users, interviewing of superior of users, persons higher in the hierarchy, teachers, guides, etc. Interview of subordinates of users, person controlled, taught, guided, etc. Study of papers, books, etc. published by the users. 7. Attending seminars, colloque, etc. in which users participate. 8. Observing users at his workplace, example, office, school, laboratory, factory, etc. 9. Personal informal contacts with users. 10. Meeting users in small, preferably homogeneous groups periodically. 11. Feedback from information services rendered. 12. Providing for suggestions from users about their subject interest, author interest, institutional interest, etc. 13. Attending technical meetings within the institution at which projects and problems may be discussed. 14. Scanning correspondence and reports prepared and received by the user. 15. Study of documents used by the user. 16. Study of reference queries received from users. 17. Participation in institutional work orientation programs. 18. While orienting and guiding user in using the libraries, resources, tools and techniques. 19. Study of classification schemes and handbooks. 20. Liaison. Information seeking behavior. In order to satisfy the information needs, the user actively undergoes information seeking process. The attempt of the user in obtaining the needed information results from the recognition of some need perceived by the user. Information seeking process. Girija Kumar has emphasized that the information seeking behavior is mainly concerned with who needs what kind of information and for what reasons, how information is found, evaluated and used, and how the needs can be identified and satisfied. According to him, the following process takes place in the information seeking behavior. Number 1, identifying objective. Number 2, defining need. Number 3, accessing information system. Number 4, establishing sources of information. 5, information acquisition. Number 6, use of information. Number 7, satisfaction, dissatisfaction. Concept of information seeking behavior. The information seeking behavior essentially refers to strategies and action undertaken to locate discrete knowledge elements. It is concerned with the integrative utilization of the 3 basic resources. 1, people, 2, information and 3, system. It can be said that the behavior which is the highest information satisfaction is the best. Information use studies over years have attempted to explain the information use phenomenon, to understand information use behavior and improve information use by manipulating essential conditions. Information seeking behavior results from recognition of some need experienced by the user. This behavior may take several forms. Example, user may make demands upon former systems on systems which may perform information function addition to the primary non-information function. Over the years, there has been a change in the understanding of the user behavior. Factors influencing information seeking behavior. More recently, Wilson, in his model of factors influencing the needs and information seeking behavior, opines that the full range of human personal needs such as psychological, affective and cognitive needs are the root of the motivation towards information seeking behavior. Many studies in the past have stressed on the psychological aspect of the information seeking behavior. Taylor has explored the information need from the angle of psychology of human behavior and has identified 4 levels of information need as follows. A. Visceral need, an actual but unexpressed need for information. Conscious need, an ill-defined area of decision. Formal need, an area of doubt which may be expressed in a concrete terms. D. Comprised need, a need translated into what the resources and the file can deliver. Belkin has extended the psychological approach with the inquiry into the reason for seeking information and the development on the concept of anomalous state of knowledge, which hypothesize that information need arises from the recognized anomaly in the user's state of knowledge concerning some topic or situation, and that in general the user is unable to specify precisely what is needed to resolve that anomaly. Information behavior is seen as related to some problem, situation in the relationship between the user and the users of the world. The factors that influence the human seeking behavior include: number 1, payoffs and costs; number 2, resources available; number 3, update rates; number 4, amount of information available; diagnostic of data; distributional characteristics of data; conflicts among sources. It may be emphasized that the correct appraisal of information seeking behavior implies knowledge of: number 1, the purpose for which information is required; number 2, environment in which user operate; 3, user skill in identifying information need and information provider skill in providing information; 4, channels and sources for tapping the information; and 5, barriers to information. Let us summarize. In brief, it may be said that the user is an essential component of information system. Information need is a condition which certain information contributes to the achievement of genuine information purpose. It is a relationship which obtains between information and information purpose. To put it straight, the information seeking behavior is the way in which the user goes about seeking, obtaining information. The user information behavior is reflected in his relationship to the information units and its various products and services. I could suggest some assignment based on this topic we have discussed. Endless different categories of information users. Define information need. How do they vary from user to user? 3. Distinguish between need, want, requirement and demand in the context of the user. 4. What do you understand by information seeking behavior of users? Number 5. What are the factors influencing information seeking behavior? Here are a few references. Information Needs and Uses by W.J. Paisley, written in 1968, RST. The second one, Information Need and Uses by Indian Bibliographic Center, Varanasi, 1992, written by Prasad H.N. Library and Uses, Theory and Practice, published by B.R. Publishing Corporation, New Delhi, written by P.S.G. Kumar. Thank you for listening to this session. Hope to see you soon.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have an eminent personality from IIT Chennai, Professor T. Pradeep. He is a person who works in water purification area. He is researching mainly concerned with nanomaterials used for water purification. He has initiated certain industrial collaboration programs also in that area. So we will have some of his research experience. Okay, Professor Pradeep, what prompted you to do research in water treatment area?
Well, I have been a materials chemist for a very long time. Materials meaning these days it is mostly on nanomaterials. So for a long time we have been investigating properties of matter at that length scale. Then obviously the question was, what is it good for? At that point, around 2002, a problem of pesticides in drinking water came up. So we asked the question, what nanomaterials can do for pesticide removal from drinking water. So we found that endosulfan could be removed by nanoparticles at a very low concentration using nanoparticles. This subsequently became a technology, and we tested a large number of pesticides in drinking water at very low concentrations. Then this was adopted by an industry. It became a product. It was sold. We got, we've been getting royalties. So the question then was, is it only for pesticides? Obviously, we looked at a large number of other contaminants in water, diverse array of materials. This has then resulted in over a period of 10 years, it has resulted in a large research activity in the group.
It is heard that nanomaterials are very much useful in different areas.
Correct.
What is your opinion about it?
Well, nanomaterials and nanotechnology can find applications in almost each and every activity. Every activity of human life has some amount of nanotech in it. Clothing, detergents, drugs. Going from materials to drugs to memory to computers to whatever, the world is full of nano. But in a country like ours, when I was asking this question long ago, where will nanotech make a greater impact in our country? That, in my opinion, turned out to be water, and so I focused on that. And you would see exciting opportunities in sensors, exciting opportunities in agriculture, in healthcare, in consumer products, in food, in packaging, environment, air. So I would say that opportunities are plenty. Impact in water will be more, deeply felt than in other areas.
Okay, I understand that you have motivated some of your students to start some companies,
right,
in this.
Right.
What was the starting point then?
Well, as I said, I was working on the use of nanomaterials in the context of pesticides. That was my first technology, which was translated to industry. But then many other technologies came up. I realized that if we have to take any technology to the field, we must ourselves build the necessary interface. In a research laboratory, that is almost impossible, because we make milligrams and grams of these materials. Testing them, their life cycle, productizing them, all this is beyond the scope of a laboratory. But at the same time, we have to take that push, otherwise nobody is going to take that forward. industry by and large doesn't want to work on developing a technology further from the lab to the market. If a product is there, they are happy to take it forward. Now I realize therefore that we have to build an interface. The best people to build that interface is our own students. And next door in the laboratory we created a space wherein we could develop materials into products, test them over long hours, over very large volumes of water. Something like a typical laboratory, you will take a material in a column and pour a little bit of water, about 1 liter, and then ask what is the material removed, amount of contaminants removed, what is the adsorption capacity, etc. But in industry, you want to run this for 10,000 liters. So we developed a setup to do this for thousands of liters over long days for various contaminants, looking at the after effects. So this was built by the students, and it was then, it was ready for field implementation. So who will implement? So therefore the students themselves implemented. And that was very well appreciated, so it was taken where people wanted it. Then who will put it up as a plant? Our own people put it up. So the gradually industry evolved in the laboratory, and along with that we developed also systems, meaning institutional mechanisms to license patents. Along with that, institution was also changing. In fact, I would say that this whole thing became possible because IIT Madras is one such open place where you can come with an idea and you can do what you like. Institution is there with solid backing. I would emphasize that if it is there in a university setup, there will be more such efforts. Incubation industry is part of the Indian culture, but we have to create that necessary infrastructure.
Of course. Cost-wise, how far affordable it will be?
Our water, we said affordable clean water is the theme. And affordability, at some point in time, I defined it as 5 paisa per liter of clean water. So if this is anything that is below that cost, I would say it is affordable. We are at about 3 paisa per liter now.
Oh, you have achieved that.
Yes. Okay. So it's it is in the right track right now.
Now, can you suggest any method for desalination of seawater?
Yeah.
Which will be?
Well, nanomaterials based desalination is probably not the right thing because seawater concentration is 35,000 ppm, which means that every liter of water you have to remove 35 grams of materials. This is 35 grams of salt. This is not a very much a feasible thing, affordable thing with materials. Now, that is where
you can check whether it can be feasible or not.
I know. Yes. So instead of materials based approaches, we could think in terms of new nanomaterials based approaches. One such approach is capacitive deionization. With a small potential applied on 2 electrodes, which are nanomaterials based electrodes, you can separate ions, positive and negative, across an electrode and then get free clean water from that. We are working on that. So there are areas wherein nanomaterials per se may not be directly applicable, but nanomaterials with potential, with electricity, will be utilized. One such thing that I've been talking about is biology has to get into water in a big way. That is also nanotechnology. So assembling proteins, assembling molecules, so that water alone will transport through. New materials which are coming up, graphene and many others, have interesting opportunities. So desalination as a technology, nanomaterials have there is much more to do in that context.
Can you elaborate on biology utilization?
Biology, aquaporins are channels which are protein channels which transport only water with very high efficiency, very less energy requirement. If it is possible to create aquaporin embedded membranes, then you are by biomimicry you could separate water from salt. This would involve not only biology but also biology materials interface. These proteins should function in a membrane. They should last sufficiently long time so that a product can be made. So there are engineering challenges, there are biological challenges, there are materials challenges, but of course productization is also a greater challenge.
Can you suggest any such methods for the household purification?
Water, as you know, is a regional problem as much as a national problem. There are in regions where there is water contaminated with arsenic, where there are fluoride contaminations. Specific issues in the context of in Kerala itself, there is a lot of places where there is iron contamination. Rajasthan, somewhere else there is fluoride, somewhere else there is arsenic. So nanomaterials based solutions are very much feasible when it comes to such regions where water is otherwise very clean, but you have to just get rid of arsenic. Now for a long time affordable solutions have not been available. Arsenic is now 102 years old. It was first detected in Argentina about 102 years ago. But an affordable solution implementable in the field has not been there. It is affecting about 80 million people. Now today it is possible to offer that solution. Today it is possible to offer a fluoride solution. Like that, there are solutions possible. Such things exist today. Our government has implemented a few of those. So this is great. Looking at tomorrow, water is not just one technology solution. Water requires many technologies. Because water problem is diverse, solutions are also diverse. I am not a person to say that, yesterday's technologies are obsolete, today bring in something new. There is a lot to learn from the past technology, bring them together, interface with them, come up with new solutions. As I said, arsenic solution has not been there because we didn't make new materials. So now we have it. Combine that with many others so that the arsenic problem is a problem of the past. Likewise, we should implement new solutions. While that is happening, new solutions, completely new solutions also have to be looked at, like these aquaporins as we talked about. Now, water is, cleaning is one aspect. Water itself is scarce in this country. We need to harvest water. We need to conserve water. We need to develop new technologies which will utilize less water. We have to think of water recycling in a very different fashion. Can we think of homes with zero liquid discharge? Now, if you start thinking about it, we will be thinking about a new country. So I would think that solutions for water should not be approached only from the perspective of these boxes that you will provide as solutions for water purification. Every other aspect has to be improved upon. So around us there is a big, another problem. We are water stressed, but all our crops consume a whole lot of water. All our cotton it guzzles water. Our let's say sugar cane, it guzzles water. Now we keep cultivating it, we keep utilizing water, transporting this water rich crop or the produce somewhere else, what is called virtual water. We transport water in the form of products. We lose that water. We have to think about very new things. So as I said, water cleaning is only one aspect of a very large problem.
As you said, recycling is a very important area, because there are various different companies, different laboratories, different concerns, hospitals, households.
Correct.
Where water is used and contaminated in different ways. So if you are able to get some affordable material with which it can be easily cleaned. Nowadays there are concerns which use expensive recycling methods.
Right.
Instead of that, if you can develop, that is, you mean new research groups should come up, isn't it?
Correct. Certainly. There are solutions now available. Some solutions are available, some have to come up. You see, we are talking about new chemicals which have not been there till about 20-25 years ago. Lots of new different detergents have come. All of these is ultimately ending up in our 10 cents of land. So we have to think about new ways of recycling, otherwise our water resources are going to be
new
contaminated.
Materials which will be holding water the time of rain and
correct,
and discharging whenever it is.
Certainly, and also that certainly in agriculture. See, this is one area, agriculture. How about new kinds of pesticide, new kinds of pesticide delivery mechanisms? We have to think about the fertilizers that we are putting into the soil. All of them are actually leaching out, ending up in groundwater. So there are multitude of issues. One other thing that I wanted to mention is that materials are also required for sensing. India is a country wherein new technologies are needed for purification, but what about sensing? If water contains some contaminant, there is no way today to know about it without expensive equipment. Is it possible for a home user to know the water quality at home? For that, something new has to come up. This is very much relevant for the farmer. Now we need to know how much of humidity is there in the soil, how to better irrigate the soil. So the space of water, as I mentioned, the material space is very vast. Much more work is certainly needed.
Thank you, Professor Pradeep, for the valuable information you have given.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Welcome to this class on art history. We will be learning about a very significant art movement in this session, Expressionism. Expressionism originated as a term used to denote the use of distortion and exaggeration for emotional effect, which first surfaced in the art literature of the early 20th century. When applied in a stylistic sense, with reference in particular to the use of intense color, agitated brush strokes, and disjointed space. Expressionist movement can be found not only in the field of fine arts but also in dance, cinema, literature and the theatre. The term Expressionism has been traced to various sources. It may have been coined by Czech art historian Antonín Medjak in 1910. Whereas the Impressionists sought to express the majesty of nature, the Expressionists, according to Medjak, sought only to express inner life, often were the painting of harsh and realistic subject matter. But the term was always an easy one to use loosely, and many did so to denote the various reactions against Impressionism in the late 19th century. But it is to be noted that no group named themselves to be expressionistic. The term expressionist was used during the Berlin session of 1911. A gallery hall was designated as expressionist. The gallery contained works by French folk artists like Matisse. It was by 1914 that the label was used to label a group German expressionists. Expressionism also was not limited strictly to the field of painting. History of literature, drama, stage design, dance, film were changed by the impact of Expressionism. Expressionism emerged simultaneously in various cities across Germany as a response to a widespread anxiety about man's increasingly discordant relationship with the world, his lost feelings of authenticity and spirituality. In part a reaction against Impressionism and academic art, it was inspired most by the expressive and symbolist currents in late 19th century art. Works of Vincent van Gogh, the Norwegian symbolist Edvard Munch and Belgian painter James Emmrc proved particularly influential on the Expressionists and encouraged them to distort forms and employ strong colors to convey a variety of anxieties and yearnings. The classic phase of the movement lasted from approximately 1905 to 1920 and spread across Europe. Its influence would be felt throughout the century, not only in German art but also in many movements like the American abstract expressionism. It was also important for the development of neo-expressionism in 1980s. There are two major groups in German expressionism: the Bruch, the Bridge in the city of Dresden, and the Blau Reiter, the Blue Knight in Munich. German expressionism also included pioneering efforts like the Weimar School and later developments like the New Objectivity group. The Bruch, the Bridge group, was formed in 1905 and in 1913 it was dissolved. The group of 4 German artists led by Ernst Ludwig Kitchener were members of this group. This is considered to be the founding organization for the German Expressionist movement. Along with Fritz Bleyl, Carl Schmidt-Rottluff and Erich Haeckel, Kirchner established Die Brücke as a youth-oriented art movement that would challenge the traditional academic styles of fine art, which by that point included Impressionism and Post-Impressionism. The group published their manifesto in 1906. It was carved on wood. In September and October 1906, the first group exhibition was held, focused on the female nude. Emil Nold and Max Pechstein joined the group in the same year. Otto Müller during 1874 to 1930 joined the group in 1910. The woodcut as an artistic medium would go on to become very popular with the group, whose inclination to strong expression was well served by the stark, crude forms that the wood. The artists of the Bridge group concentrated on imitating the styles originally practiced by the art communities of the Middle Ages. The Nazarian group, who preceded the Bruch, were also using woodcut to illustrate their biblical works. The Bridge dominated the art scene through paintings that depicting social differentiation of classes, wealth, German nightlife and the chaos that reigned in their cities. Other contemporary painters like Paulo Morzon-Becker and Christian Rolfs subscribed to the theory that their art should be as simplistic and down-to-earth as possible. They consciously omitted any demonstrations of personal emotions, but their works show expressionistic vitality. Cathay Kollwitz is another example. Rolfs was over 50 years old when he started to paint in expressionist style. His works were confiscated by the Nazis as degenerate art and was forbidden to paint. In 1911, that a group of young artists formed Der Blaue Reiter, the Blue Rider in Munich. The name came from Vasily Kandinsky's Der Blaue Reiter painting of 1903. Among their members were Kandinsky, Franz Marc, Paul Klee, Franz Marc and Auguste Mack. The group's formation was sparked by the rejection of the Kandinsky oil painting The Last Judgment during 1910 from a local exhibition. The painting contained swirling abstract forms and apocalyptic suggestions and was deemed too obscene for public display. Although Der Blaue Reiter never published a manifesto, its members were united by their high regard for medieval and primitivist art forms as well as their love of Cubism and Fauvism. The group also included Alexei Jolonsky, Marianne von Werfking and Vladimir von Berekhtheev. At the outbreak of World War I in 1940, Franz Marc and Auguste Mack were drafted into German military service and were killed soon after. The Russian members of the group, Kandinsky, Alexei von Jolonsky and others were all forced to return home. Der Blaue Reiter immediately dissolved. Der Blaue Reiter group was also significant in lending a mystical and spiritual cast to Expressionism. This was important in shaping the work of Franz Marc and Alexei von Jolonsky and led to the development of pure abstraction by Vasily Kandinsky. August Mack was an important member for Der Blaue Reiter and later became the leader of another group, the Rhenish Expressionists in Bonn. The Rhenish Expressionists maintained that their thought and ideas were best portrayed through the use of form only. The only actual link between the individuals of the Rhenish camp were their choices of the subject matter and their philosophy. Following the Great War, they truly believed that all people had become merely a collective group of individuals who fell to the mercy of their society and its politics. Painters such as George Grosz and Otto Dix developed a more socially critical expressionism and realism known as Neo-Socialist. The New Objectivity. The New Objectivity painters were more socially centered and were critical of the political institutions like the military. There was also a group of Austrian expressionists. Gustav Klimt was the leader of a group called the Vienna Session, which sought to separate itself from the naturalist movement which was popular in the early 20th century Austria. His work is difficult to categorize but is often associated with the Symbolist and Art Nouveau, but it also has some ties to Expressionism. Oskar Kokoschka and Egon Schiele developed their own expressionist style. Because the term Expressionism is wide in its meaning, Georges Rolt, the French artist sometimes described as an expressionist, may have influenced the Germans rather than the other way around. He learned this vivid use of color and distortion of form from Fauvism, and unlike his German expressionist counterparts, however, Rolt expressed an affinity for his impressionist predecessors, particularly for the work of Degas. He is well known for his devotion to religious subjects and particularly for his many depictions of the crucifixion rendered in rich color and heavy layers of paint. Another painter who was termed expressionist is Zotin. Munch was a Norwegian painter and printmaker whose intensely psychological and emotional themes was a major influence on the development of German Expressionism. In the early 20th century, his painting, The Scream, is regarded as an icon of the existential anguish of the post-industrial modern age. Munch tended to focus on intense emotions such as those expressed in puberty, which presents the fearful period of a girl's life as she faces the uncomfortable transition of becoming a woman. Der Sturm, German, The Storm, was a magazine covering the Expressionism movement founded in Berlin in 1910 by Howard Walden. It was published weekly until 1914 and became a quarterly in 1924 and stopped publication in 1932. This magazine played a crucial role in the development of German Expressionism. Poems and other texts of French and German Expressionists were published in this magazine. To celebrate its 100th edition in 1912, a gallery, Galerie der Sturm, was started by Walden. The gallery became the focus for Berlin's modern art scene for a decade. Here in this gallery, the Faust and Dobler-Reiter exhibited. The Expressionist artists often employed swirling, swaying, and exaggeratedly executed brush strokes in the depiction of their subjects. In part, these techniques conveyed the emotional state of the artist, though they might also offer comment on the world. The arrival of Expressionism announced new standards in the creation and judgment of art. Art was now meant to well up from within the artist rather than deriving from a depiction of the visual world, and the character of the artist's feelings became the standard for assessing the quality of a work of art rather than the composition of forms. When it came to philosophies and ideology, these expressionists shared identical views. As the term expressionist suggests, the works created by these artists were rendering of their individual and personal perceptions of their subject. Usually these paintings were done as they had actually been interpreted in the field. The use of unaltered nudes as well as a variety of other people portrayed in natural surroundings now yet tainted by the industrialization of Germany. The Die Brücke, while expressionists in theory actually had foregone the use of broad lines and multiple layers of strong colors and instead applied their many layers of personally mixed colors. Oftentimes, these hues were thinned by petroleum in order to achieve a smoother application and to allow more freedom in their techniques. These artists were less concerned with the speed and spontaneity associated with Expressionism than they were of creating works of art that would challenge and undermine the accepted taste. Thanks to the Die Brücke and the revival of printmaking and the Dresden group's ambition with lithography, artists are able to reproduce their renderings at a remarkable rate, and a more cost-effective method is allowing their works to be enjoyed by many more people. Although most expressionists are best known as painters or sculptors, a confluence of aesthetic, social, political, and commercial forces encouraged nearly all of them to embrace printmaking as an equally important means of expression. Printmaking, including woodcut, intaglio, and lithography, helped expressionists advance many important goals, including pioneering formal innovations, broadly disseminating their images and ideas, and promoting or criticizing social and political causes. While the woodcut, with its jagged, gorgeous, and bold, flattened, primitive aesthetic, became the preeminent expressionist medium, the expressionists also revitalized etching and lithography to alternately vibrant and stark effect. Adolf Hitler, outraged by such anti-German publicity, embarked upon his own crusade to rid Germany of all the degenerate art within its reach. This attempt to censor the openly disgruntled expressionists led to many of them fleeing to the United States. It was here that they were warmly welcomed, and almost immediately a great deal of the German art was assembled in the major cities of New York, St. Louis and Chicago, where they found a home in American museums. Regardless of the attacks launched against Expressionism in 1923, regardless of France's refusal to acknowledge the achievements of the German artists, and in spite of Hitler's crusade to rid the rage of these degenerates, the contribution of German Expressionism upon the art world cannot be discredited. After World War I, although Expressionism continued to inspire many more artists throughout Germany, the movement began to lose impetus and fragment. Already by 1918, the Dada Manifesto could claim that Expressionism no longer has anything to do with the efforts made by active people, but its ethos would have a vivid afterlife. It was crucial in the early formation of artists as different as Otto Dix and Paul Klee. And in the 1920s, it continued to inspire ambitious forays into abstraction. Kandinsky continued to create completely non-objective paintings and watercolors that emphasize color balance and archetypal forms rather than anything remotely representational or figurative. In America, Expressionism is seen in two modes. In the social realist painters like Ben Shaw, and later in Abstract Expressionism group. Abstract Expressionism was somewhat similar to the theories proposed by Kandinsky. Expressionism had its great impact in Germany, and it continued to shape its art for decades afterwards. The emergence of George Baselitz in the 1960s and later Anselm Kiefer signaled an important and influential revival of the style, which would culminate in a global neo-expressionist movement in the 1980s. But the original movement also found adherents in Russia, Belgium, Austria, France, Norway, the Netherlands and the United States. Its ideas about expression, spirituality, primitivism and the value of abstract art would also be hugely influential on an array of unrelated movements, including abstract expressionism. The expressionist metaphysical outlook and their instinctive discomfort with the modern world impelled them to antagonistic attitudes which would be characteristic of various avant-gardes throughout the century. Because Expressionism, especially German Expressionism, was not limited to painting, we were encouraged to watch expressionistic films. Films like The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari during 1920 are significant by their expressionist spirit. The film was directed by Robert Wayne. Sets and scene artwork of expressionist films often reveal buildings of sharp angles, great heights, and crowded environments such as the frequently shown in German expressionist paintings. More than any other movement, Expressionism affected the Indian art scene from the very beginning. We can see that the mural work of Binod Bihari Mukherjee at Shantiniketan, the Hindi saints, show influences of Expressionism. Ramkinger Baig was also expressionistic in his approach to art. The Progressive Group of Painters of India, formed in 1947, is a prime example of Expressionism. The first published manifesto even politically biased towards radical Expressionism. Though the members of the group had to change their views in their second published manifesto, their language remained expressionistic. The Baroda painters of 1980s were also expressionistic in their approach. Their radical political attitude was also in par with the political attitude of German expressionists. The Kerala art from 1980s also was under the influence of expressionism till 1990s. I hope learning artistry will widen your understanding of art and help you enter and explore areas of your own creative faculty. It's time we conclude this session on Expressionism. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the session Cognitive Theories of Learning by Gestalt Theory and Levin's Field Theory. Theory of Insightful Learning or Gestalt Theory. The views propagated by behaviorists in the form of an association between stimuli and responses for understanding learning faced great difficulty in explaining learning processes or behavior involving higher cognitive abilities. The chance success through trial and error or association through connectionism and conditioning may account for simple acquisition of knowledge, skills, interests, habits and other personality characteristics, but is not sufficient to account for problem solving, creativity and acquisition of other similar cognitive behavior including insight, that is, learning that appears to come suddenly. Dissatisfied with the approach of behaviorists, the cognitive psychologists try to see learning as a more deliberate and conscious effort of the individual rather than a product of mere habit formation or a stimulus response machine-like mechanism. According to them, in a learning process, the learner does not merely receive or make responses to the stimuli, but definitely processes, that is, interacts with and does something about what he receives, and his response is determined by that processing. Thinking along these lines, a group of German psychologists called Gestaltists, and particularly Wolfgang Kohler, originated a learning theory named insightful learning. Gestalt is a German noun for which there is no English equivalent, so the term was carried over into English psychological literature. The nearest English translation of Gestalt is configuration, or more simply an organized whole in contrast to a collection of parts. Gestalt psychologists consider the process of learning to be a gestalt, an organized whole. The basic idea of the theory is that a thing cannot be understood by the study of its constituent parts, but only by the study of it as a totality or whole. In fact, the focus of Gestalt theory has been the idea of grouping, that is, characteristics of stimuli cause us to structure or interpret a visual field or problem in a certain way. The primary factors that determine grouping are proximity. Elements tend to be grouped together according to their nearness. Similarity. Items similar in some respect tend to be grouped together. Closure. Items are grouped together if they tend to complete some entity, and simplicity. Items tend to be organized into symbol figures according to symmetry, regularity and smoothness. These factors, also called the laws of organization, have been explained in the context of perception and problem solving by Gestalt psychologists. In practical terms, Gestalt psychology is primarily concerned with the nature of perception. According to it, an individual perceives a thing as a whole, while the behaviorist and stimulus response theorists define perception so as to make it analogous with the taking of a photograph. They hold that sensation comes prior to meaning and consider these two acts as separate. But the Gestalt psychologists do not separate sensation of an object from its meaning. They are of the opinion that unless a person sees some meaning in an object, he will pay little or no attention to it. What is more, to the Gestalt psychologists, the meaning of sensation or perception is always related to the total situation. According to them, perception always involves a problem of organization. A thing is perceived as a relationship within a field which includes the thing, the viewer, and a complex background incorporating the viewer's purposes and previous experience. Gestalt psychologists try to interpret learning as a purposive, exploratory, and creative enterprise instead of trial and error or a simple stimulus response mechanism. A learner, while learning, always perceives a situation as a whole, and after seeing and evaluating the different relationships, takes the proper decision intelligently. He always responds to the proper relationships rather than to specific stimuli. Gestalt psychology uses the term insight to describe the perception of the whole situation by the learner and his intelligence in responding to the proper relationships. Kohler in 1925 used the term insight first of all to describe the learning of his apes. During the period 1913 to 1917, he conducted experiments on chimpanzees in the Canary Islands and embodied his findings in his book. These experiments demonstrated learning by insight. Some of Kohler's experiments are now described. In one experiment, Kohler put the chimpanzee Sultan inside a cage and a banana was hung from the roof of the cage. A box was placed inside the cage. The chimpanzee tried to reach the banana by jumping but could not succeed. Suddenly, he got an idea and used the box as a jumping platform by placing it just below the hanging banana. In another experiment, Kohler made this problem more difficult and 2 or 3 boxes were required to reach the banana. Moreover, the placing of one box on the other required different specific arrangements. In a more complicated experiment, a banana was placed outside the cage of the chimpanzee. 2 sticks, one longer than the other, were placed inside the cage. One was hollow at one end so that the other stick could be thrust into it to form a longer stick. The banana was so kept that it could not be picked up by any one of the sticks. The chimpanzee first tried to reach out to the banana with these sticks one after the other but failed. Suddenly, the animal had a bright idea and joined the 2 sticks together and reached the banana. In these experiments, Kohler used many different chimpanzees. Sultan, who was the most intelligent of Kohler's chimpanzees, could solve all the problems. Other chimpanzees could solve the problems only when they saw Sultan solving them. These experiments demonstrated to the role of intelligence and cognitive abilities in higher learning such as problem solving. The apes, somewhat higher animal, did not resort to the blind trial and error mechanism adopted by Thorndike's cat or the simple habit formation as in the case of Pavlov's dog. They reacted intelligently by identifying the problem, organizing their perceptual field and using insight, the term coined by Kohler, to reach a solution. Once a situation is perceived as a whole and the perceptual field is properly organized, a problem becomes solvable through flashes of insight. Though Kohler seemed to see insightful learning in terms of a sudden aha or a blot of lightning, it is found to depend upon factors such as experience. Past experience help in the insightful solution of problems. A child cannot solve the problems of modern mathematics unless she is well acquainted with its symbolic language. Intelligence. Insightful solution depends upon the basic intelligence of the learner. The more intelligent the individual, the greater will his insight be. Learning situation. How insightfully an individual will react depends upon the situation in which he has been placed. Some situations are more conducive to insightful solution than others. As a common observation, insight occurs when the learning situation is so arranged that all the necessary aspects are open to view. Module 2, Gestalt Laws of Learning. According to the Gestalt psychologists, we organize the separate parts of our perceptual field into a unified and meaningful whole. He argued that the whole is greater than and frequently different from the sum of its parts, and formulated the principles of perceptual organization that make it so. They pointed out that we group and interpret stimuli perceptually in accordance with 4 laws. They are laws of similarity, proximity, closure and continuity. Law of similarity. This law states that when parts of a stimulus configuration are perceived as similar, they will also be perceived as belonging together. In the figure, the dots are noticed as 2 triangles. Law of proximity. This law states that elements that are near to each other are perceived as part of the same configuration. In the figures, the 6 line segments are perceived as 3 sets of line segments. Law of closure. This law states that we tend to close the open ends of figures, that is, fill in the gaps to make stimulus configuration complete. In the figure, the arcs are combined to perceive the figure as a complete circle. Law of continuity. This law holds that we link individual elements so that they form a continuous line or pattern that makes sense to us. For example, Fraser's spiral is not a spiral at all, but concentric circles. But we see them as spiral because we would like to give continuity by creating a spiral. As the Gestalt laws of perception demonstrate, what we perceive is not determined entirely by the features of the stimulus itself. All perception is really a selective grouping and interpretation of clues we receive from the environment. Our best guesses and expectations play a vital role in both accurate and inaccurate perception. We perceive things not as they are, but as we are indicates this subjectivity. Educational implications. Gestalt theory brings the following points into focus. From whole to parts. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. We must always proceed from the whole to the part so as to give a complete insight into the subject. To begin with, the teacher should present a picture of the topic of study as a whole. While teaching the topic parts of a flower, the flower should be presented before the students, and thereafter the parts should be taken up one by one in relation to the Gestalt. Integrated approach. The contents of a subject should not be treated as a mere collection of isolated facts. They could be closely integrated into a whole. In the same way, all subjects and activities of the curriculum should reflect unity and cohesion. Creating motivation. The teacher should arouse a child's curiosity, interest and motivation. He should be fully familiar with the specific aims and purposes of every task that is being undertaken. Emphasis on understanding. For all higher learning, mechanical repetition and blind processing are useless. What is needed is deep understanding and insight into the problem. Learning by insight saves time and energy. Problem-solving approach. The theory stresses that learners must be given opportunities for exercising their powers of observation and thinking. The students should be placed in the position of discoverers. Progressive and scientific processes like analytical thinking and problem solving should be made use of for making the discoverers. Module 3, Levin's Field Theory of Learning. Kurt Lewin, a German psychologist in USA, put forward a theory and named Levin's Field Theory in the year 1917. It was based on his doctoral dissertation. Kurt Lewin took the spirit of Gestalt theory and added to it some new concepts and coined a new terminology. Perception is a key issue in Levin's theory of learning. According to Lewin, learning is a relativist process by which a learner develops a new insight or changes the old views through the structuring or restructuring of one's life space. In addition to the field theory, his system of description is also known as topological psychology or vector psychology. Kurt Lewin, unlike Pavlov, Skinner and Gestaltian psychologists, conducted experiments on the study of behavior of children. Lewin emphasized the study of behavior as a function of the total physical and social situation. Lewin describes his viewpoint in the following formula: B is equal to F into PE. Here B represents behavior, F is a function, P is a person and E is a total environmental situation. Basic terms used in Kurt Lewin's field theory. 1. Topology. It is a branch of mathematics which deals with the relative position of geometrical figures in a space. He used the topological concepts for representing the structure of life space in such a way to define the range of possible perceptions and actions. Life space or field. It is the psychological representative of the individual's environment. It includes the person's drives, motives, beliefs, thoughts, feelings, physical environment, etc. The life space of two persons in an identical situation may be entirely different. Life space is where one lives psychologically. 2. Vector. The term vector was borrowed by Lewin from physics and used for representing a force capable of influencing movements toward or away from a goal. These are the psychological forces in life space. Vectorial concepts describe the dynamics of a situation, what's happening and what's likely to happen. The structure of his life space is through differentiation, generalization and restructurization of its respective regions or aspects. Cognitive or perceptual differentiation. It is the process within which regions are subdivided into smaller regions. In differentiation, relatively vague and unstructured regions of a life space become cognitively structured and more specific. Differentiation proceeds at different rates at different times during crisis periods such as adolescence. Its speed rapidly fluctuates. Cognitive generalization. It is a process whereby one formulates a generalized idea or concept through discerning some common characteristics of a number of individual cases and identifies the cases as a class of ideas or objects. A person identifies similarities among aspects of himself or his environment that had previously seemed quite different. When a child learns that cats, dogs, horses and birds are animals, he or she is generalizing. Then through a combination of differentiation and generalization, he or she may divide the physical world into vegetables, animals and mineral classes. Cognitive restructurization. A person not only differentiates and generalizes his life space into new regions, but simultaneously restructures his life space. He or she changes the meaning of respective regions in relationship to himself and to one another. With the process of restructurization, one defines or redefines directions in one's life space. One learns what actions will lead to what results. Person or individual. It represents all that is essential for him to behave as a complete individual in a given situation. It represents his psychological self expressed as I, my, mine, me, etc. A person is composed of a motor perceptual stratum or region and inner perceptual stratum or region. Motor perceptual stratum. It represents the abilities of an individual. The motor perceptual stratum has a position of a boundary zone between the inner personal region. And the psychological environment represents the cognitive or knowing and the manipulative abilities of a person. The practice of cognitive abilities entails a person using his senses to know about things. Manipulative abilities involve the use of muscles and glands to do things. In a sense, motor perceptual stratum is a tool of inner personal stratum. Inner personal stratum. It represents a person's need, which is the innermost part of a psychological person. A need is a state of a person that has part in determining behavior toward any goal that may exist in relation to that state. It corresponds to a personal tension. Valence. Valence is the attracting or repelling force. When a person is attracted by an object, that object is said to have positive valence. When a person is repelled by an object, is said to have negative valence. A life space may contain regions with several valences active at a time. These give rise to conflicts. Conflict. Arousal of various types of conflicts in the field theory has been explained with the help of the concepts of negative or positive valences in the form of opposite and almost equal forces operating at a time in the regions of one's life space. Field theory explains three types of conflicts. Approach conflict. It arises when the person is caught in between two goals both having positive valences. Approach avoidance conflict. It arises when a person is caught in between a positive and a negative goal. Avoidance conflict. It arises when the person is caught in between two goals both having negative valences. Field theory and learning. In cognitive field theory, learning is defined as an interactional process within which a person attains new insights or cognitive structures or changes old ones.
Simple technologies have provided the impetus for human civilization to progress through the ages. These technologies have helped humankind harness the bounties of nature without affecting its delicate balance. Though all productive sectors have assimilated modern technologies, traditional techniques are still in vogue, helping the marginalized make a living. Converting clam shells into quicklime and slaked lime is one such indigenous technology. Backwaters and rivers that span the length and breadth of Kerala are rich in a variety of aquatic life, including clams. Clams are bivalve mollusks. Besides being a rich source of food, they are a primary raw material in Kerala for the production of lime-based products. Nearly 65% of the annual clam collection belongs to the species Bilorita ceprinoides, commonly known as black clams. Another variety that is rich in protein and used for edible purposes is the white clam. Also serving as a raw material for producing quicklime and slaked lime, it belongs to the species Meretrix castor. Thousands of people living by these water bodies are gainfully employed in the collection and processing of clams. Live clams collected in the backwaters have to be first boiled in water to separate the meat from the shells. It is these meat-free shells that serve as the raw material for lime-based products. The major source for the production of quicklime and slaked lime are the deposits of subfossilized clams found in the Vembanad Lake, adjoining the districts of Ernakulam, Alappuzha and Kottayam. These subfossil deposits that form the bulk of the resources have accumulated here through the centuries as the dead remains of the once living population of clams. Subsoil deposits are also found on land adjacent to the backwaters and estuaries. Often, these deposits are excavated from a depth of over 15 feet. Due to bleaching over a long period of time, these shells lose their black color and appear dull white. These shells are processed in traditional well-shaped kilns known locally as Nurthukudams. The kilns have an opening at the base to blow air. The channels that radiate from the opening smoothen air circulation throughout the kiln. Over the channels, iron rods and tile pieces are placed to prevent the shells from choking the channels. Over these, a layer of dried coconut shell and husk is placed. This serves as the primary fuel. Over this fuel base, a layer of clams is spread, followed by a layer of charcoal. And above it, alternate layers of clams and coconut husk are placed to fill the kiln. Once the filling is done, the kiln is fired. A hand-operated blower provides the oxygen needed for burning the fuel to generate heat. The heat so generated triggers an endothermic reaction. In this endothermic reaction, calcium carbonate gets converted to carbon dioxide and to calcium oxide, which is known as quicklime. The processing of clam shells in the kilns varies depending upon the quality of quicklime required. When the end product of quicklime is intended for agricultural purposes, only charcoal is used as fuel. The quicklime thus produced has several uses. One major use is in the purification of well water. When water is added to quicklime, that is calcium oxide, an exothermic reaction occurs. This reaction yields calcium hydroxide, commonly known as slaked lime. Slaked lime is used for a variety of purposes. One common application is the whitewashing of buildings. The alkaline nature of the slaked lime helps neutralize the acidity of soil. Therefore, it is used in plantations and other cultivable lands to maintain the desirable pH value of the soil. To overcome the extreme acidity of paddy fields, farmers since generations have been using slaked lime. Farmers usually take the cue from the iron sulfide scum on the surface of the water, an indication of high acidity, and apply slaked lime. A time-tested soil management practice indeed. Slaked lime is also used as a purifying agent for preparing certain Ayurvedic medicines. For instance, slaked lime is used to free the herb Plumbago indica, commonly known as Chetti Koduveli, of its acidic content. With the passage of time and the development of modern technology, clams have found industrial applications too. For industrial purposes, clams are excavated from backwaters using heavy dredgers. The shells are sucked and discharged into a screening plant using a centrifugal pump. Then, the shells are passed through a revolving stream that separates the shells from the sludge. The cleaned clams are collected in large barges to be carried to the production units. At the Travancore Cement Limited at Kottayam, clam shells are used in the manufacture of white cement. Here, first the shells are ground with sand in the ball mill. White clay is another ingredient in making white cement. For this purpose, clay is made into a slurry and is transferred into a raw mill where the shells, sand and clay are finally ground and transferred to the rotary kiln. In the kiln, this mixture is heated at about 1500 degrees Celsius to produce clinker. To the clinker, gypsum is added, and these are then ground together to yield white cement, for which there is a steady demand in the domestic market. Another industry where clamshells are used is that of the newspaper industry. District, limeshell is the raw material used in the making of sodium hydroxide, an essential ingredient in digesting wood and bamboo to produce pulp. For this, the shells are cleaned and fed through conveyor belts to the rotary kiln. Here, it is heated to about 830 degrees Celsius to produce calcium oxide or quick lime. The calcium oxide is transferred to the causticizing plant where it is mixed with sodium carbonate to obtain sodium hydroxide and calcium carbonate. The sodium hydroxide thus produced is used for making paper pulp. The calcium carbonate thus recovered in the process is refed into the kiln to obtain calcium oxide. This kind of recovery and recycling of calcium carbonate helps conserve clamshell resources. The integration of modern technology with traditional know-how. This forms the bedrock of Kerala's successful clamshell industry today.
Welcome to the new session on information literacy and libraries. Information technology is changing our environment at an increasing rate by providing improved opportunities, required knowledge and skill that are not easily acquired. Once we acquire such knowledge and skill, to keep them up to date is even more difficult. Information literacy is increasingly important in the environment of rapid technological change and proliferating information resources. Too much information can create barriers in our lives. Information literacy is a set of skills needed to find, to retrieve, analyze and use information. It provides skills to know when we need information and where to locate it effectively and efficiently. It enables the users to analyze and evaluate the information they find. The concept of information literacy was first introduced in 1974 by Paul Zakarsky. According to him, people trained in the application of information resources to their work can be called information literate. They have learned techniques and skills for utilizing the wide range of information tools as well as primary resources in molding information. Information literacy. The concepts underlying information literacy are not new. The idea that the students must first decide what type of information they need, figure out where to find the information, consider how to find the information and then determine if the information meets their needs has always been the basis of traditional research cycle. Today, information literacy is no longer limited to the world of librarians and information professionals. It is spreading into the educational community as a whole, and more specifically into international organizations such as UNESCO. Information literacy is concerned with teaching and learning about the whole range of information sources and formats. Information literacy forms the basis for lifelong learning. It is a set of abilities requiring individuals to recognize when information is needed and have the ability to locate, evaluate, and use effectively the needed information, according to Association of College and Research Libraries. The American Library Association's Presidential Committee on Information Literacy final report states that to be information literate, a person must be able to recognize when the information is needed and have the ability to locate, evaluate, and use effectively the needed information. It enables learners to master contents and extends their investigations to become more self-directed and to assume greater control over their own learning. The first step in the information problem solving process is to recognize that an information need exists and to define that need. The student should be able to A. Recognize different uses of information, that is occupational, intellectual and recreational. B. Place the information needed within a frame of reference, that is who, what, when, where, how and why. C. Relate the information needed to prior knowledge. D. Formulate the information problem using a variety of questioning skills, that is yes, no, open-ended, etc. Steps in information literacy strategies. 1. Knowing the requirements. The first step in the information literacy strategy is to clarify and understand the requirements of the problem or task for which information is sought. The basic questions asked at this stage are: what is known about the topic, what information is needed, and where can the information be found. Number 2, locating. The second step is to identify sources of information and to find those resources. Depending upon the task, the sources that will be helpful may vary. Sources may include books, encyclopedias, maps, almanacs, etc. Sources may be in electronic, print or other formats. Number 3, selecting or analyzing. The step 3 involves examining the resources that were found. The information must be determined to be useful or not useful in solving the problem. The useful resources are selected and inappropriate resources are rejected. Number 4, organizing or synthesizing. It is the fourth step that information which has been selected is organized and processed so that knowledge and solutions are developed. Examples of basic steps in this stage are: discriminating between fact and opinion, basing comparisons on similar characteristics, noticing various interpretations of data, finding more information if needed, organizing ideas and information logically. Number 5, creating or presenting. In step 5, the information or solution is presented to the appropriate audience in an appropriate format. Types of information literacy. Computer literacy. Computer is a tool that facilitates and extends our abilities to learn and process information. Computer literacy is generally thought of as familiarity with a personal computer and the ability to create and manipulate documents and data via word processing, spreadsheet, databases, and other software tools. Network literacy. Network literacy is the ability to locate, to access and use information in a networked environment such as the World Wide Web. Digital literacy. Digital literacy is the ability to understand and use information in multiple formats from a wide range of sources when it is presented via computers. It is the awareness, attitude and ability of individuals to appropriately use digital tools and facilities to identify, access, manage, integrate, evaluate, analyze and synthesize digital resources, construct new knowledge, create media expressions and communicate with others in the context of specific life situations in order to enable constructive social action and to reflect upon this process. Visual literacy. Visual literacy is defined as the ability to understand and use images, including the ability to think, to learn, to express oneself in terms of images. Media literacy. Media literacy is the ability of a citizen to access, analyze and produce information for specific outcomes. Those who advocate media literacy recognize the influence of television, motion pictures, radio, recorded music, newspapers and magazines have on us daily. Information literacy standards. In school education, national standards of the American Association of School Librarians that reference information literacy and are inclusive of national content standards include: 1. The student will access information efficiently and effectively. 2. The student will evaluate information critically and competently. 3. The student will use information accurately and creatively. Association of College and Research Libraries, a division of the American Library Association, released the Information Literacy Competency Standards for Higher Education. There are 5 standards which are directly linked to a host of performance indicators. These standards and performance indicators are often considered the best practices against which institutions of higher education can implement and assess information literacy programs. The standards are: Standard 1. The information literate student determines the nature and extent of information needed. Standard 2. The information literate student accesses needed information effectively and efficiently. Standard 3. The information literate student evaluates information and its sources critically and incorporates selected information into his or her knowledge base and value system. Standard 4. The information literate student individually or as a member of a group uses information effectively to accomplish a specific purpose. Standard 5. The information literate student understands many of the economic, legal and social issues surrounding the use of information and accesses and uses information ethically and legally. These standards are meant to span from the simple to more complicated, or in terms of Bloom's taxonomy of educational objectives, from the lower order to the higher order. The lower order skills would involve, for instance, being able to use an online catalog to find a book in an academic library. The higher order skills would involve critically evaluating and synthesizing information from multiple sources to a coherent interpretation or argument. There are 5 standards and 22 performance indicators for assessing information literacy competency. The standards focus upon the needs of the students in higher education at all levels of education. The standards also list a range of outcomes for accessing students' progress towards information literacy. These outcomes serve as guidelines for faculty, librarians and others in developing local methods for measuring students' learning in the context of an institution's unique mission. Need for information literacy study. Research and development activities in information literacy have been focused on education both in schools and in higher education. Especially in the last 20 years, library scientists have advocated the importance of information literacy and have developed standards, especially for application in higher education. The focus of information literacy research has often been primarily on universities. There is evidence of engagement by teachers and academicians with the implications for pedagogy of the changing nature of information resources and information use, but equally there is a recognition that more needs to be done to transform education into a form suitable for the preparation and continuing education of peoples in the information age. This is particularly so as some policy makers have focused only on the prerequisite task of acquiring the skills to use new information communication technologies. Information literacy includes wider issues about the ways in which technologies frame access to information and the skills needed to interpret and use information effectively. The wider corpus of information literacy needs to be understood and promulgated in order that the advantages of the information society can be realized. The essential difference between ICT skills and information literacy is illustrated by the distinction that can be made between receiving and transmitting information using ICT and the process of transforming information to create new knowledge using information literacy before transmitting the new information. Information literacy and libraries. Library and information professionals aim to ensure that all persons throughout the world to avail the same opportunity and participate in the information society without any hindrance to physical, mental, regional, social or cultural barriers. Information literacy recognizes that the library professionals, educators and users need to work at their ability to be information literate over a lifetime. It encompasses the sustained ability to acquire and use information as appropriate to any situation within and beyond the library, both locally and globally. It involves an array of competencies appropriate for individuals and groups to survive and function successfully. It covers all forms in which information is communicated and carried, like visual, textual and sound, and all forms by which human beings process information, including braille, sign language and oral traditions. Library professionals and special educators should not only be adequately information literate but also must develop teaching abilities beyond that of basic user education or user instruction programs in order to include new kinds of outreach activities. Library information professionals will be able to know that a need has arisen to create a special collection. The uncertain quality and expanding quantity of information also pose large challenges for society. Sheer abundance of information and technology will not in itself create more informed citizens without a complementary understanding and capacity to use information effectively. An information literate person is seen to have the ability to recognize when he needs information and to identify, locate, evaluate, organize and make effective use of that information to resolve issues and problems. Basically, Information literacy provides the foundation for lifelong learning, which is increasingly viewed as a fundamental human right. UNESCO refers to the importance of information literacy in terms of capacity building. That is, everybody should have the opportunity to acquire the skills in order to understand, participate actively in, and benefit fully from the emerging knowledge societies. The 2003 Information Literacy Meeting of Experts in Prague identified information literacy as a powerful community tool that facilitates access to information that has real impact on its health, wealth, and well-being. Information literacy skills are vital to future success, and therefore, information literacy skills must be taught in the context of the overall process. Instruction in information literacy skills must be integrated into the curriculum and reinforced both within and outside the educational setting. The researchers are the generators of new information. They recognize the need for information, collect the data, analyze the data, and generate new information. The researcher who is not an information literate cannot generate new information. They must know when the information is needed, how it is collected, and from where it is collected, and how it is processed and utilized. So, study of information literacy is very important for the library and information professionals, not only to provide better collection and best services for their clientele, but also to make the users information literate. Increasing attention to information literacy in recent years is partly due to the result of information overload, especially related to the growth of digital information, which has even caused a new ailment called information fatigue syndrome, and partly because of the new focus on student learning in a lifelong learning context. It has also created a need for a reconceptualization of the roles and responsibilities of library and information professionals in a new learning environment. Although there has always been a need to find, evaluate, and effectively use information, the abilities needed to do so have just grown larger, more complex, and more important in the information and communication technology environment. There is also a shift towards broader context to connect information literacy with an active, effective, and responsible citizenship supporting personal empowerment and an enriched life through lifelong learning. And it is an important factor in the corporate sector. In this context, several reports have emphasized the importance of finding, evaluating, and using information, although the term information literacy is not used. For example, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, representing 22 European and 7 other countries, has highlighted the role of information-related competencies in several reports. The report, The Knowledge-Based Economy, discussing the increasing demand for more highly skilled workers, includes the following observation. The knowledge-based economy is characterized by the need for continuous learning of both codified information and the competencies to use this information. As access to information becomes easier and less expensive, the skills and competencies relating to the selection and efficient use of information become more crucial. Capabilities for selecting relevant information and discarding irrelevant items, recognizing patterns in information, interpreting and decoding information, as well as learning new and forgetting old skills are in increasing demand. Another report, Learning to Bridge the Digital Divide, put it this way. The skills of finding and interpreting information are seen to be more important than the skills of retention and recording, and the ability to seek and exchange information using databases and networks is not simply dependent on access to technology, but requires possession of the necessary technical skills. In addition, it calls for basic competence in being able to choose, classify, and critically evaluate the information that becomes accessible. The report also expressed concern that many students lack experience in information handling and in effective independent learning, and encourages schools to develop the learning environment in ways that give students a more active role that support the ability to find information and transform it into knowledge, and provide skills how to find interesting, relevant and reliable information and how to work with it. The OECD's Educational Policy Analysis 2001 states, the knowledge economy is based on the production and use of information and knowledge. The ability to produce and use information effectively is thus a vital source of skills for many individuals. And again, the report Learning to Change, ICT in Schools notes, in a world with easy access to huge source of information, the skills of accessing, handling and using data and materials become more important than the ability to recall in detail ever greater amounts across many fields of knowledge. However, information handling skills are seen in this report as a part of digital literacy. To conclude, information literacy occurs at the intersection of teaching, thinking and learning within the broader environment of technology. We can define information literacy as a set of skills needed to find, retrieve, analyze and use information. Students should be prepared to apply the information skills they learn as students to all aspects of their lives as citizens, family members, employees and professionals. Information literate students have transferable skills from their formal education they can use throughout life as a means towards continued learning. The various efforts on behalf of information literacy represent an extraordinary convergence of several forces concerned with educating accrediting agencies, state legislatures, employers and university administrators, faculty and librarians. In addition, it reflects some of the most progressive thinking on pedagogy. It takes into account the changes brought both in the academy and in the society of which it is a part by the rapid development in computer technologies. But despite all of these forward-looking elements, information literacy also looks back. It is founded upon some of the oldest goals of education to inculcate a spirit of critique and independence of mind. It is becoming a more important part of school education. It is also a vital part of university level education. In our information-centric world, students must develop information skills at an early stage of education so that they are prepared for post-secondary opportunities, whether that be the workplace or in the pursuit of education. Here are some assignments to work on. 1. Define the concept information literacy. 2. Explain the elements of information literacy. Explain the standards of information literacy. Here are some references for future use. Information literacy, a literature review, retrieved from www.learnhigher.mmu.ac.uk by Zakowski Paul. Information Literacy Competency Standards for Higher Education, retrieved from www.acrl.org by Association of College and Research Libraries. Information Literacy, retrieved from www.ala.org by American Library Association, 1986. Computer Literacy, retrieved from www.acrl.org by ACRL, 2000. Network Literacy, retrieved from www.acrl.org by ACRL, 2000. Thank you for watching this session. See you next time. Until then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. We have two distinguished persons from the track and field discipline, and they are none other than Mr. P. Ramachandran and Lijo David Thotan, who represented India in Sydney Olympics in 2000, and they have performed 4x400 meter relay for India, and I will ask them as to how did they do, are they or were they satisfied with their performance in Sydney, and I would also share their experiences of what happened to them, preventing them from the excellent performance that they clocked in India. P. Ramachandran, he was a decathlete and gradually opted 400 meters, and that was a wonderful transformation from decathlon to 400 flat that fetched him an Olympic berth to Sydney. Well, Ramachandran and also Lijo David, please comment on your performance in 4x400 meter relay in Sydney. Could you perform well up to your expectation? Please give your view.
Actually, sir, we clocked the time before the Olympics berth in 2000. Our qualifying mark we ran in Asian Championship in Jakarta. So that time we clocked our second best time 3:02.97, and in my best of my knowledge, it is 10th best time in that time
in the world.
So oftenly our coach will tell we can enter in second round, but unfortunately we landed in Sydney, the 19th for the starting stage. We have landed in Sydney Olympics, but that climate condition and the nature of our practice sessions are we've done very well. But before commence our first round of the 4x400 relay, we came in the first session of warm-up. We thought of that we will enter before 45 minutes of that main track. But our expectations totally squashed that time, because the official told you have to enter the first call room in 1.5 hours before. So before that we all already cooled down, because our warm-up conditions, our nature of warm-up, and we have no masseur, we have no technicians, only we totally depend upon our coach. So first call room,
afterward they will check the formal checkup, our tracksuit, our spikes, like that. And the second call room we entered 1 hour before. We have a small track, that 100 meters track, that we have to work in there. Our next section of putting spikes and striding. So we already finished our stridings and that main course. So the other athletes like Michael Johnson or other international level athletes, they are putting spikes there only. So that is our mistake. And the first runner they called 15 minutes before the main track. So like that we gone the track. We smashed. We totally spread up. We totally upset how we are running there. So that is the main thing. We never qualified for the second track. Otherwise, we are totally the previous day. We four of them. We are thinking that we will qualify the second round, and we have a capability that time. But unfortunately, it is never happened.
Mr. Lijo, in Sydney, what was the sequence of your combination of the 4x400 meters relay? 4 people are running. Who ran the first leg?
The first one will be run to
you ran the first leg. You gave the baton to whom?
I will run to Rama.
You have given the baton to Rama, who ran the second leg?
Second leg will do Jadashankar.
He was the third leg. Ramachandran gave the baton to Jadashankar. And Jadashankar gave to Paramji. Okay. Then which were the countries running with you? Indians were running in which lane you ran?
We are on to fifth line.
Fifth line. Okay. Then after second leg is all will go into the first lane because of the stagger difference. Then which countries were with you? Who were competing?
One South Africa and Ireland. South Africa, India, and two.
How many teams ran? 8 teams were there? No.
5 teams.
Only 5
teams.
And we finished?
We finished in 4th because Ireland team they dropped their baton. So they disqualified. So we came in 4th.
How many teams were qualified from the first and second? Best loser? No.
Loser is there, sir.
How many rounds were there?
3 rounds.
3 rounds. That means heats, semi-final, final.
Yes.
Well, Lijo, you were also the member of the same team about which Ramachandran narrated the reason why the team could not qualify for the second round. And to brief his conversation, I will say it was due to lack of communication. Instead of giving proper communication as to when shall your event will take place, and from that time onwards we have to count down the timing. If you are supposed to be at the track for the race 45 minutes before the scheduled time, you would have had enough time, but 1.5 hours before you warmed up, and by the time you reach the venue you cool down. And see, every athlete, any person, even world record holder will have the same problem. So, proper timing, proper scheduling, proper information is the vital factor of this, where our officials failed to give the proper communication. Was it deliberate or unintentional, or is it due to what reason? For poor anticipation, poor judgment, who is responsible for that mistake? Please.
No, it is not a deliberately, it is not a, it is by, that is ill-managed, I can tell that is ill-management. But actually that communication problem is the main thing. They have to get it to the communication before 2 days, then only
yes.
we can warm up, what is the warm up we have to done before that enter that main course.
In this context, I will remember 1948 London Olympics, where Henry Rebello could have won a medal in Olympics, but due to mismanagement, it took place. So, yes. Mismanagement is often happening in Indian track and field.
Yes.
We should have proper planning, perfect timing, scheduling, information, etc. At least, so in Sydney we had that mistake. That was in 2000, 52 years ago, in 1948 London Olympics. Same or similar mistake happened to Indian athlete, whose name I told, who broke the world record in triple jump during the series of meet held in London and surroundings. That was Emmrc, and he was only 19 years old. The similar or same mistakes being repeated in Indian track and field, it is unpardonable.
Yes.
We should have proper planning, proper scheduling. So management of the team has to be improved. This is my view. You may agree or not. Please
we totally agree with that, sir. We are totally agree with that, because we have the capacity, and we are Indians in athletics. We have a lot of courageous people, willpower people, and we have to done lot of things, sir, because of the ill management and infrastructure like synthetic track, and we are putting whatever we are using, the spikes, canvas shoe, small things, but we will tell the small thing. That is the main things we have to concentrate what we are aware that. So that is totally ill management of the federations. And
Ramachandran, I am grateful to you for pointing out this one, and this is an advice and lesson for the leadership and officials of the Athletic Federation of India and higher-ups. And did any clarification or post-mortem conducted with regards to how we missed our better, see, being 10th in the world with 3 minutes 027 or some timing you have to,
yes.
And such a team 10th in the world, and you could not even qualify for the quarter-final from heats. That is a total failure and the result of mismanagement. Did anybody clarify or investigate as to why the Indian team could not reach the quarter-final? Was there any such investigation done?
so post-mortem is done by the media persons and post-mortem done by the federation officials, and they are argued with the athletes only.
My God.
Because they seem mistaken from the athletes only. They didn't perform well. Why? So it is because one more thing I want to tell this time. The team qualification who are running the finals, that is held by in 2 days back in the Sydney ground.
Not before.
2 days back in the Sydney Bob ground.
I mean, the actual participant's name and sequence.
They want to include one person. I can't reveal the name here. So they are running. Paramjit and myself, they are already qualified.
Okay.
And they want to qualify one more person. They want to ignore one man. So the coaches told the 3 person we have to done. They again ran to who will come to the first. They will include that time. So Manoj is out. That time Manoj is the best runner who entered the other one best than that man. So they have to include Manoj name first. So our first the Manoj is gone in our team. So totally we have to
see that the basic intention and aim of the officials and athletes is to give the best athletes of the day for the race,
yes,
and not according to any personal or individual interest. So national interest is more important than any other interest, which did not So your suggestion, what is your suggestion? How can we improve? This is a crisis. It is a national problem. It is the prestige of the country. And when athletes represent 110 crores of the people of India, the best people should be permitted to participate and show their individual and national spirit at the international arena like Olympics. But it did not take place. It is a very sympathetic factor. It is unpardonable totally. So what is your suggestion for future?
This crisis will answer.
My
because
God. My God.
The same thing happened after 2000, and maybe Lijo is not there. That 2004 Olympics. After my marriage, we are not going for a honeymoon trip anywhere, because we want to perform again and again, because some gossips came in the newspaper how the people will marry before the Olympics. So that we taken to my account, and myself and my wife Jinsi Philip want to prove that we will get a birth to Athens Olympics 2004. Sir, what happened? We have 3 Grand Prix. First in Thailand, the other one in Colombo, the third one is Philippines. We ran in Thailand is the best time after 2000 Sydney Olympics. We ran in 3:4 something, sir.
3 minutes 4 seconds.
4 seconds. So that time Manoj is ran our second leg, and suddenly Satbir Singh, that time unfortunately he was in form out, and the coach, main coach, the Ukraine coach, and one junior most athletes, they have a meeting. Before that, before we are entering the Colombo, they have a meeting. They want to include, instead of Manoj, they want to include Satbir Singh that time. So they, as a senior athlete, they can ask my opinion, but they never asked me. So Colombo, I am surprised because Manoj is not warming up and Satbir is warming up. I asked my coach, why Manoj is not running first main team? No, before Manoj, but Satbir is better than Manoj. We had a 350 time, taken a 350 time, and he clocked the best time in 350. I told, sir, this is our crucial time. You should not take a risk to that in Colombo, because in Philippines, because the wind against in Philippines, we can't clock the best time in Philippines. So this is the best place to clock our best, and we can get a berth to 2004 Olympics.
Athens Olympics.
Yes, but they never heard my opinion. Satbir is ran in main team, and the team came in 3-7
instead of 3-4.
Yes, instead of 3-4. And after completion of this race, my coach, Mr. Harban Singh, is weeping. I had a mistake, Ramchandran. I'm blackout. That's why I put Satbir Singh. Sir, okay, leave it. But in future also, you give us chance to senior athletes' opinions. Okay, then our 1.5 years workout, all the things we.
Mr. Ramachandran, I really understand the excitement and emotions of you as being the senior most athlete of the team. Your advice and suggestions should have definitely been taken into account to field who is the better athlete for the day. Instead of Satbir Singh, if Manoj Lal had ran, instead of 3 minutes 4 seconds, the team would have even
much better, because that is starting days in Thailand.
But who is the person to make such a foolish and lack of interest for the country?
That is the, I told before,
this should be rectified. How, see, among people like you, elite athletes and well placed in society and official status, you think about it. This should not happen in future.
Yes.
The best athlete should be given chance. There is time list, rank list, etc. Yes. The best person, if that person say, sir, I am injured, I am not going to run, please give chance to the next one.
Yes.
Then people like you, the senior members, should be given chance to give your views. What is your opinion about catch them young? See, it is a very globally accepted slogan. That means train the children from the very young age. Or is it identifying the talent from the young age and protecting them and preventing them from overload, etc.? What is your comment on catch them young? This is a globally accepted statement in sports.
Sir, if you want to really we want to get a medal in Olympics, we have to catch the budding athletes in 20 years before 20 years. If the one child is become 15 years, we have to take them in as a Olympics prospects.
Okay.
Then I told the ill management should not be there.
Yeah.
And good leadership, and good coaches, good masseur, good physiotherapist, and that as a one more doctor also they want. Then injury is the main thing we are suffering in Indians. We have enough good doctors in our side centers. They can't, because my friend Lijo David Thornton, he is the best runner that time. He got an injury in knee pain, but nobody is rectified that what is the injury actually he is suffering. So this kind of things should not be in future.
That means you say the children should be identified as early as possible and given proper care and careful training, etc., preventing them from injuries. Injuries are naturally the consequence of unscientific training with the greed to achieve the result as early as possible.
Yes.
Instead of that, train the youngsters gradually and progressively during the growth.
Yes.
And they should be given all care. In order to prevent injuries, the training should be progressive and gradual. Instead of at a time hard work is given, no recovery, no rest, no relaxation, like that. That's what you mean.
Yes, sir.
Then Lijo David, when he was in top form after Sydney Olympics, I heard he was clocking 300 meters in canvas shoes on grass, 34 seconds, where India's best 300 was around 32.5 or so. When a person is able to run in canvas shoes on the grass 34, that means you would have even run below 32.
Yes.
In that case, his time in 400 meters should have been below 45.
Yes.
And such a person, all of a sudden, encountering the injury, nobody to help him, no proper care, no cure, rather no prevention, no cure, and no rehabilitation. Would you think that Indian traditional treatment, Ayurveda, like Panchakarma, etc., could it have been a proper treatment for Lijo and such injured persons? What is your opinion?
Sir, Ayurveda, we can try Ayurveda, but we want that quick rehabilitation.
Quick relief.
Yes, it is that time Ayurveda will not help that time.
Okay.
Because I seen in Ukraine the footballers they have got injuries in while they are playing. So they have all equipped coach or doctors are there. So they will give some steroids and all, but we want the sudden rectification of what is the injury that athletes have. So we want remedies, in quick remedies we want.
See, we identify talents as per the standard uniformity, standard pattern. Test batteries are followed. Is it proper? Is our identification of talent, the process of identification of talent, is it proper? Is there any flaw? See, you have been conducting selection trials for the selection of talents in various track and field disciplines and other games also. Is it proper? Is there any flaw in that? Have you ever thought about it seriously? Is there any comment on that? See, for identifying talent, we conduct the item itself, or evaluate the merit certificate you possess, or conduct the items or certain 50 meters hopping or sprinting or backward throw or shuttle relay, etc., Cooper test or 1 kilometer run, etc. But is it proper way of identifying the talent, or is there any mistake? Can you suggest?
So where is this where they are taking the talents in any centers in Kerala? If any center is in India? I don't think about that.
Mr. Ramachandran, to select the trainees into various centers, like even say for example, P.T. Usha School, Mercy Kutan's Academy, Kerala Sports Schools, Sai Sports Centers, everywhere they conduct tests.
They conduct tests, but whether any people are coming from that centers?
Nobody is coming here.
Yes.
And that means you gave the answer.
Yeah.
Even though the process is being followed very properly, but nobody is coming out from such selection.
So
that means this process of talent identification is baseless. It is useless.
Yes, it's useless only.
That's what I wanted to get from you. That means you can only find physically fit people.
Because we are like me and Lijo. We came in without a Sai center, without any proper training. We are in very natural things.
See, Lijo was telling me.
I will not protest the Sai center or any other coaching center. But they have to identify the good athletes and they have to give a good training. They have to give a good physiotherapist. They have to give a good yoga treatment. Then only the people, the upcoming athletes, what we underwent the difficulties, they should not go that.
Ramachandran is speaking from the own experience.
Yes, it is my experience. It is what we faced. A lot of hurdles we faced in our time.
Ramachandran, I remember.
So the young athletes should not be like that, sir.
Yeah.
And the India government, best of my knowledge, India government is giving lot of funds to Sports Authority and lots of funds to other arena. But I think it is not properly they are using the infrastructure, other things. But whether they are giving the proper food to the athletes, that food they can come out in a Olympics medal. It is all eye washing process only. Now it is going the eye washing process only. They are getting lot of funds, but I think it is not properly using.
Ramachandran, as a great Olympian, and you brought from the rustic rural areas. After your SSLC only you started serious athletics. I know you both personally. As the university coach, you had come to university camps, and I know personally, and I respect your opinions. But you should give creative suggestions to improve the situation prevailing in India. See, it is the responsibility of great athletes like you. Olympian is not a fun, high status, with well-reputed official position. You are in railways and he is in customs. You have your own voice. So, I think people like you of common interest of the country, you should put together, associate yourself, give suggestions to expert people.
This time I can tell our own experience. After we won a Asian Games medal in 1998, that is 20 years back, we are getting a Asian Games medal.
Who's one?
No, it is in Thailand. And that time only one athlete, he is clocking under 46, Paramjit Singh. We all are 46 fraction only. So because our team spirit, it is a totally team spirit only, we got a silver medal, that is clocking a best time of Indians, 3268.
Oh.
Still it is the record is,
that means before going to Sydney,
Yes. That time we requested, we five of them requested our national coach and federation, sir, you take this team in a separate manner and please give us coaching separate, then you can enter this team, you can make them to enter the semi-finals in Olympics. But they never heard our opinion. They have never done like that. They instead of that, they call all summer athletes and mingle with us, and we missed our best coaching.
What an unfortunate episode.
This kind of things should not be followed, sir. We have to catch the athletes, and if you get us best athletes from that group, separate care, like our practice section, food section, all other things, we have to give separate. So fund is there, you can give total care, you can give that, then our dream will be success. Sometimes our dream will
be. I can understand your emotion. Kindly, you can refer this experience of Thailand race, where one person was able to clock below 46 in 400, and altogether you clocked a 3 minute 02 point some seconds, which is the best in India, in the world, one of the best in the world. And you suggested to treat your team in an exclusive manner, giving opportunity to practice together with a special care. But nobody heard your suggestion and the team could not do well. Well, most of the Indian athletes are from rural area. They do not have the facilities to practice on the synthetic track. Most of them, 90% of the athletes are practicing on mud, clay or grass, or even otherwise. And all the competitions, even school competitions, are nowadays being held in the synthetic track. How can they adjust this drastic difference in surface conditions?
Sir, actually, we want 3 types of tracks, sir. Grass is the must we want.
The best?
Yes. Best for endurance workout and initial workout, we have to do in grass track.
Yeah.
Then we can avoid a lot of injuries.
Correct.
And after workout also, we can walk in barefoot also. It is a medicated things only.
Correct.
So grass track we want to in our area
complex.
And we can enter weekly twice in synthetic track to spikes workout. But initial stage we should not enter the synthetic track, which will be injured. So mud track we can use, grass track, And like that infrastructure, we have to improve this time.
Even beach is the best because you are from Thrissur area.
Yes.
You are
Beach also. So this kind of things we can avoid all injuries. What we are oftenly we are getting the injuries. So
I appreciate your comment. So the initial stage for the preparatory period, grass and sand is better.
Yes, sir.
And gradually go to clay and mud.
Yes.
Go to cinder track. And finally only for competition, once a week or twice a week. And immediately after synthetic track, to condition and relax the muscles, they should again go to grass or sand.
Yes.
Immediately after.
Yes. One more thing, sir. We have to include yoga. Yoga will encourage the people. Actually, we will afraid the blackish who are coming from Nigeria, South Africa, because they are not, but they are not in big standard. But we will see in their body structure, we will upset. So it will help. Yoga will help that. Yoga conditioning that will help that. So we already proved in Asian Games in '98. We get a 1 week session in yoga. So must be yoga teacher must have a national camp, and physiotherapist and doctor. Again, what I am telling my earlier session, that is this avoidable situation. We want this kind of treatment in our national camps.
I think we have come to the end of our session, and your suggestions are very valuable. But I feel you should be optimistic with regards to some changes we can implement in the future. And India is such a great country with tremendous talents, especially in foreign. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you.
Very good cooperation. And from you, the youngsters will gain experience and materialize India's dream to win Olympic medals and general fitness and general evaluation and personality development through sports. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, welcome to this class on art history. We will be focusing on a very significant modern art movement in this session, Surrealism. Surrealism was part of a highly significant cultural awakening that happened during 1924. The movement had its beginning in Europe, centered in Paris. It started as a grouping of intellectuals with Andre Breton, a writer and a trained psychologist, as its leader. It attracted many members of the then existing major art movement, Dadaism. Surrealism used visual imagery which was evoked from subconscious to create art sans the intention of logical comprehension. It used to channel unconscious as a means to unleash the most powerful tool of mind, imagination. The movement was deeply influenced by the psychoanalysis concepts of the famous psychologist of the time, Sigmund Freud. Even though it started as a literary movement, Surrealism made its impact felt in almost all artistic spheres, including literature, painting, sculpture, pop culture and cinema. The term Surrealism was first coined by Guillaume Apollinaire, the French poet, who used it in program notes for the ballet parade written by Jean Cocteau, Pablo Picasso, Léonie de Mazzin and Éric Satie. The most important declaration of the concept, motto and definition of the new movement of Surrealism was made through Les Manifestes du Surréalisme, the Manifesto of Surrealism. authored by none other than the founder of the movement, Emmrc Breton. He defined surrealism as psychic automatism in its pure state, by which one proposes to express verbally by means of the written word or in another manner the actual functioning of thought. In this manifesto, he urged artists and writers to seek entry into unconscious mind and get inspired by this untapped realm in creating art. Some of the artists who became members of the Surrealist group were Max Ernst, Salvador Dali, Man Ray, Hans Arp, Georges Malkin, Michael Laris, Georges Limbaud, Antonin Artaud, Raymond Quenet, Andre Mazin, Joan Miro, Marcel Duchamp, Jacques Prévert, and Yves Tanquet. We will discuss their contribution and style in detail later. Surreal theory had its deepest influence sprouting from the concepts expounded by the famous psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud. Surrealists believed that the power of pattern of imagination is highly suppressed by conscious mind thanks to a variety of oppressing restrictions implemented by it. Surrealists explored the language of dreams and the process of dream work. They looked inside themselves, but they also sought to explore lapses of memory and the repressions of a whole culture. They used many Freudian motifs and used Freudian methods of free association in their artwork. Other than Freud, the significant influence on the group was the political ideas of Karl Marx, though it might appear that the importance they gave to imagination is in par with Romanticism. Surrealists believed that revelations that spur imagination into creativity could be found in everyday life. In the Surrealist Manifesto of 1924, Emmrc Breton wrote, "I believe in the future resolution of these two states, which are dream and reality, into a sort of absolute reality or surreality." The primary question was how to get to the unconscious part of the mind, always controlled by the waking disciplined mind. With the aid of sedatives, some surrealists would play games that would bring the unknown subconscious to surface. Such methods were doomed to failure. Surrealists tried to create automatically to and thus be free of constraints of tradition, like what the Dada artists have done, and thus making a startling experience by depicting visuals at context which was hitherto unthought of. According to Freud, all our primal desires and fears are suppressed due to extreme control of society, the superego, so mind will find a way out through displacement and transference or by substitution. Mind here uses poetry and metaphor in surplus, resulting in the collapse of demarcating bridge between reality and dream. Surrealism was in search for this secret language of mind, which they depicted by expressing dream images into art. Surrealism grew from its forerunner movement Dada, which was anti-rational in its theory. Emmrc Breton, who was an active Dadaist, felt the need for a new group where artists could explore ways to make the subconscious a tool in revolutionizing art and to protest against the aggression of war. The primary surrealists organized activities as a refugee from the terrible political scenario and used art to address the discomfort they felt about world's uncertainties. Surrealists were interested in exposing the complex and repressed inner worlds of sexuality, desire, and violence, and interest in this topic fostered transgressive behavior. Many of the artists underwent psychoanalysis to study and uproot their latent feelings and habits as a cure for what they believed to be the constraining and repressed codes and morals of society. The surrealists generated creative works that exposed the artist's inner mind in bizarre, symbolic ways in order to uncover anxieties and to treat them analytically through visual means. The surrealists depicted dream imagery and archetypal symbols derived from their unconsciousness. The collage aesthetic was significant to the surrealists as they believed it tapped into the subconscious by creating unlikely juxtapositions using imagery garnered from popular culture. There are some major concepts associated with surreal theories which needs to be elaborated: automatic writing and painting. Automatic writing or painting is a process of writing or painting without using the conscious intervention of the mind. During the Surrealist movement, automatic writing was one among the many games played by artists to stimulate creativity and produce original works of art. Freud had already been using automatic writing as a therapeutic technique in psychoanalysis. Inspired by psychoanalysis and in particular by the poetry of Arthur Rimbaud and Lautréamont, automatic writing consists in writing so fast that rational and preconceived ideas that occur in conscious mind do not have the time to impose any control. The first text produced by this method, Les Temps Magnétiques, in 1919, was composed alternately by André Breton and Philippe Saupault. Even earlier to Surrealism, automatic drawing and painting had been attempted by Dada artists. Jean Arp has produced numerous drawings and collages using the automatic process. Exquisite Corpse. Exquisite Corpse is the most famous of the Surrealist games. It made its entry into Art Circle in 1925 and consists in the creation of poems or drawing in large scale. Each artist in turn will write a word or draw a graphic on a paper which is not allowed by the other artists or poem composers to see. The result will be the most unsuspected sentences like, "The exquisite corpse will drink the new wine." It is from this line that this game received its name. Decalcomania. Max Ernst and Oscar Dominics were the two main artists who very effectively practiced this technique. It had its birth in 1935. In this technique, the artist will press a white sheet over another sheet covered with color, peel it while the paint is still wet, and then repeat the process. The final image gives scope for the artist to see images that might be an expression of his unsuppressed subconscious. Fumage. Wolfgang Paulin, the Austrian painter, is the one who started this technique of creating art. This happened in 1937. He moved a candle flame over a sheet of paper to create an outline of an image. Later, this technique was applied to oil painting too. Wolfgang was the predecessor of the fire painting method later developed by artist Jens Klein. Collage. This technique is still very much in use in artworks, advertisements, print and visual media. It first appeared in synthetic cubist works and then Dadaist works. It appears in the works of Max Ernst in 1919. Max Ernst was a Dadaist before creating surrealist paintings. Collage uses myriad images from a variety of sources pasted upon a surface, resulting in unexpected juxtapositions. From 1929, Ernst produced collage novels, selecting images from the 19th century prints and catalogues and made a connection by repeating the visual motifs many times over. Rayograph. Invented by artist Man Ray in 1922. The procedure involved creating photographs without using camera by placing objects on a light-sensitive plate which is then exposed. Surrealist object. By the mid-1920s, Emmrc made a suggestion to fellow artists to create some of those objects we only glimpse in dreams and whose fate seems infinitely problematic and disturbing. But unlike Duchamp, who felt this as bringing together already existing objects which claimed to be of no value, the surrealists expected the new object to provoke an emotional reaction. The most famous artists who creatively used this technique were Alberto Gayasometti, Salvador Dali, John Miro, Andre Breton, Oscar Dominics and Man Ray. Frettage and grettage. Frettage is a method discovered by Max Ernst in 1925. This was an accidental discovery. While he was staying in an inn in Brittany, he decided to take an impression of the wooden rugged floor. This he achieved by rubbing black lead over a piece of paper, laying it on the floor. He repeated his experiments with other textures and published his first collection of frettages, Histoire Naturelle, in 1926. Also, he extended these experiments with oil painting. Grettage was used in 1927 by Max Ernst. Here, a razor blade is used to scratch the superimposed layer of different hued paints. The result is differently textured images capable of evocation of subconscious imagery. Paranoia criticism. As the name itself suggests, the paranoia criticism happens in a delirious state. The goal is to go beyond the paranoia of routine and habitual way of looking at things and reach a distal perception of reality. This idea was claimed to be developed and practiced Salvador Dali in 1929. Now let us familiarize ourselves with some of the major artworks by some of the significant artists of Surrealist school to get to know their approach better. Gayoshio de Chirico portrayed Premonitore di Guillaume Apollinaire, Premonitory Portrait of Guillaume Apollinaire in 1914. Max Ernst, Ubo Imperator, 1923. Mandre Liviolone di Incres in 1924. John Miro La Sieste de Sista in 1925 and René Magritte Querelle des Universos in early 1928. Salvador Dali Lion Cheval Dolmay's Invisible in 1930. Victor Bronner Loop Table Wolf Table in 1939. Max Ernst. His paintings and collages create a dreamy quality. This was acquired by using spontaneous juxtapositions of materials and images and by methods such as decalcomania and frettage. His work showed deeply rooted personal experiences. One can see the two major concepts which paved the way to abstract. Expressionism had its seeds already sown in Max Ernst's paintings. Action and automatism. Salvador Dali. Stunning amalgamation of hyperrealism with a reverie-like subject mainly of erotic nature is what makes Salvador Dali, a Spanish painter, stand out. Thanks to his associations with commercial ventures, difficult ideological attitude, plus shockingly notorious personality, he was scorned by some of his contemporaries. He was even ousted from the Surrealist group, but he became the most popular among Surrealist painters. Deeply familiar with Freud's psychoanalytic theories and his obsession with erotic themes, childhood memories, death and decay made his works iconic in nature. Though he was inspired by automatism initially, he shifted later into his own method which he called critical paranoia. This is a method he used to tap the subconscious by developing deliberate delusion without losing sanity. Alberto Gayasometti. Semi-abstract works of Gaiaso Mortis' works are representative of themes like violence, sex and surrealism. He was the most famous among surrealist sculptors thanks to his towering and elongated surreal figures, which is his best contribution to surreal movement. Fascinated by the themes derived Freudian psychoanalysis like sexuality, obsession and trauma, he developed a variety of different sculptural objects resembling primitive art, games, toys and architectural models. These sculptures actually urges viewers to interact with them, an idea that appeared radical that time. John Miro. Influenced by surrealism in 1920, Miro developed a style known as biomorphic abstraction. This technique blended abstract and figurative motifs, huge areas of color and primitive symbols. Conducting his own surrealism-inspired exploration, Miro has developed his own surreal syntax where synthesized objects coming strictly from the artist's imagination are juxtaposed with simple, recognizable forms. These objects evoke a sense that they have always coexisted both in the material realm and in the shallow pictorial space of Miro's canvas. Miro had a pictorial style in which he used his pictorial icons like the sickle moon or a ladder. He resorted to surreal spontaneity and automatism to create works with lyrical abstract quality. Magritte Rein. Magritte was master of the Freudian dream work method of association and unification of similar objects. Repetition was a key for Magritte. His interest in the idea of repetition may also have been sprouted up from Freudian psychoanalysis, where repetition is a sign of trauma. Another influence must be his exposure to commercial art. Magritte's pictures often result in powerful paradoxes. His images are clear and simple, but which also provoke unsettling subconscious longings. His childhood death experience connected with Eros resulted in images which show the Freudian surreal world of creative and death instinct. Marcel Duchamp. Duchamp has coined the word ready-made, which meant taking a mass-produced everyday object from its routine space and place in the status of artwork totally by artist's choice. It has the quality of performative act and had far-reaching implications about what can be considered as an object of art. Rejecting purely visual, which he termed as retinal pleasure, he favored more concept-oriented intellectual approaches in creating art. He experimented with kinetic devices as a study of perspective and optics. Subversive humor in rife with sexual puns resulting in enjoyment characterizes Duchamp's work. The linguistic dimension one perceives in his art paved way for conceptual art later. Mandry. Mandry was an American artist in Paris whose photograms, objects, drawings and other works played an important role in Dada, Surrealism, modern photography and avant-garde art at large. Yes Tanguy. Yes Tanguy was a French painter and one of the key figures of French surrealism in the early 20th century. Tanguy was a self-taught painter who became best known for his highly imaginative landscapes and detailed precision. Pablo Picasso, though Picasso was not primarily connected to Cubism, he was made significant contribution to surrealist painting too. Known for his eclectic methods, Picasso chose to shift from one style to another. His encounter with surrealism in 1920 has encouraged him to experiment with new expressions which gave vent to his suppressed subconscious during his Cubist years. In later surrealist years, Britain became increasingly interested in revolutionary political activism. The result was the dispersal of the original movement into smaller factions of artists. There was a faction split. Bretonians like Roberto Matta believed that art was political. Artists like Yestange, Max Ernst and Dorothea Tanning remained in America to separate from Britain. Salvador Dali went back to Spain, believing in the centrality of the individual in art. Thus, the difference of stances they took eventually led to Surrealism as a movement disappear. Though Surrealism have disappeared as a group movement, it has its impact felt in many different walks of art. Primarily, it was an attempt to liberate imagination, so artists of all time are attracted to it in varying degrees. Surrealism was an epoch of its own kind in art and human history of expression. It is time we conclude this session. Bye.
Hearty welcome to this topic, remembering or memory. The ability to remember is a feature of intelligence and a key predictor of academic achievement or success in other activities that depend on intellect. Having a good memory involves being able to readily recall and correctly reuse information. Learning, though occupies a significant place in one's life, will be futile if its products cannot be utilized in the future. Whatever is learned must be stored in the mind in order to be utilized whenever required. According to Ribbon, memory means the power that we have to store our experiences and to bring them into the field of our consciousness sometime after the experience have occurred. How do we remember? Models of memory. Several theories and models have been devised by psychologists to explain how we remember or how memory works. Some of these are briefly discussed here. Storage and transfer model. This model has been suggested by Atkinson and Shiffrin in 1968 and 1971. In connection with the working of memory, they have suggested three different memory storage systems: sensory stores, a short-term store, and a long-term store. The process of memorization starts with the interaction of one's organs with one's environment. The sensory information is first picked up by the sense organs, then it travels through the nervous system and reaches the brain, which interprets it. The sensory message or information must stay or linger in the nervous system briefly to give the brain time to interpret it. This momentary pause of less than a second or lingering or persistence of the sensory information is referred to as sensory storage. According to Atkinson and Shiffrin in 1971, there seems to be a sensory store for each sense: visual, auditory, smell, taste and touch. However, only the visual and auditory storage systems referred to as iconic storage and echoic storage respectively have so far been studied extensively. Sensory information passing through the sensory stores or registers either disappears within a second or is transferred to the short-term store. This short-term store, according to Atkinson and Shiffrin, may be thought of as a stage of conscious activity. The information transferred from the sensory store to the short-term store may automatically stay for up to 20 seconds. However, it can be retained as long as an individual wants it in the short-term store through rehearsal or repetition. In case the short-term store is able to hold or register the information up to 20 seconds, it may move into the long-term store. The short-term store is thus responsible for the transformation of sensory information to the long-term store as well as its retrieval. It also decided which responses should be made. Actually, for this reason, the short-term store is sometimes called the working memory, as this is the memory employed in much of one's mental work. For transferring information from the short-term store to the long-term store, one can make use of many control processes. Rehearsal is one such process, while coding and other mental activities may aid long-term memory much more than simple repetition. In the retrieval, that is recalling what has been stored in the long-term memory also, various control processes and retrieval strategies like decoding of stored information are put into use in the short-term storage. The long-term store is used for storing the sensory information on a permanent basis, while the short-term store contains a limited amount of activated material in current use. The long-term store is assumed to have almost unlimited capacity for the storage of the encoded, currently inactive material. The sensory information is stored or is transformed from short-term memory in the coded form. At the same time of reproduction or retrieval, this is again decoded. The different forms of such coding are linguistic, that is verbal, imaginal and motor. In linguistic coding, the coding of the sensory information is done in the form of language or words. Imaginal coding makes use of images, mental picturization for the storage of information, and the third type of code, the motor code, is employed for remembering physical skills like swimming, cycling, etc. The stored as well as organized information in the long-term store in the coded form is transferred back to the short-term store, where it is decoded and employed first response as desired and ordered by the brain. Levels of processing model. According to the model of memory designed by Craig and Lockhart in 1972, memory is of only one kind rather than of three types, namely sensory, short-term and long-term, as suggested by Atkinson and Shiffrin. And the ability to remember is dependent on how deeply information is processed by us. Levels of such information processing may range from very shallow to very deep. The greater the depth of processing, the better can the materials be remembered. Let us illustrate what is meant by varying depths of the levels of processing and how it affects one's memory. Let us assume that in one of the experiments, the subject is shown the word chair among some other words on the screen. Later on, as the test of his recognition, he may be asked to respond to questions like, is the word in capital letters? Does the word rhyme with hair? Does it belong to something which may be used for sitting? It may be clearly seen that all of these three questions have been designed to control the level of processing of the word. The first question involves the subject's awareness of its sensory or structural feature of what the word looks. The level of processing at this stage is quite shallow. The next stage involves the subject's awareness of its sensory phonetic feature, the sound of the word. This may be termed as the intermediate level of processing. The last question concerns the task of making an association, that is, assigning a meaning or use to the subject. Here, the level of processing is deep, the kind that may help in forming the strong and more enduring memory trace. Experiments like this may reveal that one's memory performs best when it is processed to deeper levels. Apart from the memory of the verbal material, the theory of the levels of processing can be applied equally well to the memorization of non-verbal material. In one of their experiments, Bauer and Carlin in 1974 showed pictures of people to their subjects and asked them to determine the sex of those persons shown and assess whether they would like those persons. It was found that the subjects were able to remember the faces better when they processed the information related to the second question, that is, judgment of attraction. It was obvious that in judging persons' likability, they had to quite deeper, that is, semantic and meaningful processing than merely judging a person's sex, male or female. Types of memory. The broad classification of memory includes sensory memory, short-term memory and long-term memory. Sensory memory. It is also called immediate memory. It is a memory that helps an individual to recall something immediately after it is perceived. In this type of memory, the retention time is extremely brief, generally from a fraction of a second to several seconds. Old sensory impressions disappear as they are erased by new information. For example, we took up a telephone number from the directory and remember it. But after making the telephone call, we usually forget it. In this case, immediate memory is needed, which helps us to learn a thing immediately with speed and accuracy, remember it for a short duration and forget it rapidly after use. Short-term memory or STM. Information that a person perceives and pays attention to is transferred to the second component of the memory system, the short-term memory. Short-term memory is a storage system that can hold a limited amount of information for a few seconds. It is a part of memory where information currently being thought about is stored. The thoughts we are conscious of having at any given moment are being held in our short-term memory. When we stop thinking about something, it disappears from our short-term memory. Information may enter short-term memory from sensory registers or from the third basic component of the memory system, long-term memory. Often both things happen at the same time. When we see a peacock, our sensory register transfers the image of the peacock to our short-term memory. Meanwhile, we may unconsciously search our long-term memory for information about birds, So we can identify this particular one as peacock. Along with that recognition may come a lot of other information about peacocks, memories of past experiences with peacocks or feelings about peacocks, all of which were stored in long-term memory but are brought into consciousness, that is short-term memory, by our mental processing of the sight of the peacock. One way to hold information in short-term memory is to think about it or say it over and over. You have probably remembered a phone number for a short time this way. This process of maintaining an item in short-term memory by repetition is called rehearsal. Rehearsal is important in learning because the longer an item remains in STM, the greater the chance that it will be transferred to long-term memory. Without rehearsal, items probably will not stay in STM for more than about 30 seconds. Because STM has a limited capacity, information can also be lost from it by being forced out by other information. You have probably had the experience of looking up a telephone number, being interrupted briefly, or finding that you had forgotten the number. Teachers must allocate time for rehearsal during classroom lessons. Teaching too much information too rapidly is likely to be ineffective because unless students are given time to mentally rehearse each new piece of information, later information is likely to drive it out of their short-term memories. When teachers stop a lesson to ask students if they have any questions, they are also giving students a few moments to think over and mentally rehearse what they have just learned. This helps students to process information in short-term memory and thereby to establish it in long-term memory. This mental work is critical when students are learning new difficult material. Long-term memory. Unlike short-term memory, long-term memory has a seemingly limitless capacity to store information with little or no decay and requires little, if any, rehearsal. In addition to these characteristics, long-term memory codes information according to meaning, pattern, and other characteristics. It is this memory that helps us to remember a number of things on a relatively permanent basis. Remembering and identifying data like one's name, father's name, date of birth, date of marriage, etc. is some example of long-term memory. With the help of our long-term memory, we can easily store, retain, and remember most of the things in our life at a second's notice and thus easily conduct our daily life. Just as information can be stored in long-term memory a long time, so too the capacity of long-term memory seems to be very large. We do not live long enough to fill up our long-term memory. The transfer from short-term memory to long-term memory. For many years, psychologists thought of STM and LTM as separate stages. Information first enters STM and stays there a while. If rehearsal kept it there long enough, it would consolidate to form a LTM. Simply rehearsing something in short-term memory is no guarantee that it will become a long-term memory, and how long it stays in STM is a poor prediction of whether it will become a long-term memory. Craig and Watkins in 1972 tried the following experiment. Read the list of the words below to yourself or read them to your friend. Some of the words start with G. The instruction for part 1 of the experiment is to keep track of what is the most recent G word. At the end of the list, you or your friend should say what was the last word on the list that began with G. Table, giraffe, frog, goose, key, window, banana, pencil, spoon, grass, road, garden, house, tree, lake, paper, chick, glove, paint, garlic and stone. The correct answer is garlic, and the experiment assumes that you or your friend had no trouble getting these answers. Note that what you had to do was to store each G word in STM until you dumped it to replace it with the next G word. You had to hold some of the words briefly and others for longer times. Then move to the part 2 of the experiment. The experimenter now wants you to write a list of all the G words on that list. The correct answers are giraffe, goose, grass, garden, glove and garlic. Considering the delay between when you read the words and when you recalled them, we have to assume you recalled them from the long-term memory. The question is, which terms made it into your long-term memory? In general, researchers find that people are about equally likely to remember giraffe, grass and glove, which stayed in short-term memory only briefly, as to remember goose or garden, which had to stay longer in short-term memory before being replaced. Evidently, how long a word stays in short-term memory has little to do with whether it moves into long-term memory. Other types of memory. Theorists divide long-term memory into at least 3 parts: episodic memory, semantic memory and procedural memory. Episodic memory. It contains images of experiences organized by when and where they happen. For example, answer this question. In the house in which you lived as a child, when you entered your bedroom, was then head of your bed to the right, left, away from or pointed towards you? If you are like most people, you answered this question by imagining the bedroom and seeing where the head of the bed was. Now consider the question. What did you do on the night of your senior prom or dance? Most people answer this question by imagining themselves back on that night and describing the events. Finally, suppose you are asked to recall the names of your high school classmates. One psychologist asked graduate students to come to a specific place for 1 hour a day and try to remember the names. Over the course of a month, the students continued to recall new names. Interestingly, they used space and time cues, which are associated with episodic memory, to imagine incidents that allowed them to recall the names. For example, they might recall the day their social studies teacher came to school dressed as an Arctic explorer and then mentally scan the faces of the students who were there. These demonstrations indicate that images are important in episodic memory and that cues related to space and time help us retrieve information from this part of memory. You probably have taken an exam and said to yourself, I should know this answer. I remember reading this section. It was right on the bottom left corner of the page with the diagram in the upper right. Research has confirmed that people can often remember where information was on the page even if they can't remember the information itself. By Rothkopf in 1970. Episodic memories are often difficult to retrieve because most episodes in our lives are repeated so often that later episodes get mixed up in memory with earlier ones, unless something happens during the episode to make it especially remember. For example, few people remember what they had for lunch at the moment they hears about the Challenger disaster on when John F. Kennedy or Martin Luther King Jr. was shot, or at the moment they received a proposal of marriage, may well remember. Semantic memory. It helps in storing as well as retrieving a collection of relationships between events or association of ideas. Examples of such